In the hush of time, shadows of long-lost worlds whisper across the dunes of history. From the vanished streets of Mohenjo-Daro to the silent giants of Easter Island, 15 enigmas stand like silent sentinels, defying our every question. A spiral of symbols stamped in clay, colossal heads hewn from basalt, pyramids with hidden voids. Each holds a story we cannot read. Some vanished without war or famine. Others rose before civilization stirred. No scroll, no map, no tool has given us answers. Tonight, we trace their faint echoes, guided by wonder and reverence, into the places science cannot yet name. Under a silver hush that drapes time and memory, we step softly into a realm where cities rose like living dreams and then slipped away into the dim corridors of history. Imagine walking along sun-baked streets of baked brick, lined with channels that carried water away in quiet devotion to cleanliness and order. Imagine rooftops where laughter and ritual might once have drifted across courtyards framed by precise rows of homes. These were the avenues and alleys of Mohenjo-Daro and Harappa, twin hearts of a civilization whose pulse once echoed across more than 1 million square kilometers of lush plains and riverbeds. Here, harmony between human craft and nature's flow found its purest expression. Here, a community seemed to conspire not with power or conquest, but with an unspoken covenant to dwell in balance, to build in measured humility, and to vanish without war drums or the blaze of destruction. In those distant days, some 14 centuries before the gates of Rome had even begun to rise, the people of this valley wove a tapestry of civic devotion more intricate than anything their contemporaries in Mesopotamia or Egypt could muster. Their streets were gridded with such intention that every corner and every corridor carried purpose, as if each alignment paid tribute to an unseen cosmic choreography. Wells and baths carved into the earth spoke of communal rites of purification, bathing not only of body, but perhaps of spirit. Envision water pooling in stone-lined tanks, rituals unfolding beneath a pale sky, each gesture an offering to both practicality and subtle transcendence. They stored grain in granaries tall enough to harbor dreams of plenty for seasons yet to come. They perfected kiln-fired bricks with such consistency that centuries of erosion have only half eroded their silent testimony. This astonishing achievement felt less like a monument to a ruler's ego and more like a prayer etched in clay and mortar. Where would you expect a throne to stand? There was none. Columned palaces, ostentatious statues of kings, or grand tombs? These were absent, replaced by an unwavering focus on public welfare and shared responsibility. This absence invites us to contemplate a society where sacred duty might have replaced hierarchical command. If you wander through Mohenjo-Daro's lower town, you might pause before a simple house, noting how its uniform bricks and measured doorways reflect a collective ethos. Every brick bears the imprint of a hand guided by purpose rather than ambition. In these modest dwellings, families lived side by side, neither exalted nor oppressed, woven into a steady hum of daily life. Beyond the neatly drawn lines of their cities, the Indus people forged far-reaching networks that carried beads of carnelian, copper tools, precious shells, and the muted gleam of gold from distant rivers. Caravan routes wound through arid plateaus and river fords, binding coastal ports to interior villages in an alliance of commerce and culture. Along these arteries, seals stamped with enigmatic symbols passed from merchant to merchant, as though each tiny artifact locked within itself a secret treaty between worlds. These seals, pressed into clay with meticulous care, depict animals both familiar and divine. Unicorn-like creatures striding beside elephants, buffaloes crowned with spiritual horns. Did these symbols serve as a mere trademarks for grain and textiles, or did they channel a more sacred language, an invisible stream of cosmic meaning flowing between human communities? And what of the script itself, etched on hundreds of these seals in clusters of abstract signs that dance like musical notes across a stave of clay? Hundreds of scholars have studied this script, yet every attempt at translation eludes definitive grasp. Some nights, as wind stirs the grasses above abandoned mounds, one almost imagines whispering those symbols aloud, hoping they might reveal an incantation or the lullaby of an unseen deity. Could the Indus script have been less a ledger for commerce than a cipher for spiritual invocation? Might it have encoded chants or rites of passage that guided the soul's journey beyond mere trade routes? The silence of these markings calls out like an invitation to listen for subtler frequencies beneath the din of history. Amidst these enigmas, we find the living pulse of Harappa, another jewel of this vanished world. Rising on slightly higher planes, Harappa radiated a vibe less formal than Mohenjo-Daro's centralized splendor. Here, governance perhaps splintered into smaller councils, each hearth guided by elders who read the movement of clouds, rivers, and seasons. Pottery vessels lined with red slip, small bronze mirrors reflecting firelight in humble houses, and weights carved in perfect ratios all hint at an ordered marketplace grounded by equanimity. Even in the gradual hum of daily worship, rituals we can only glimpse through terracotta figurines of mother goddesses and horned deities, there pulses an underlying serenity. Each glazed bead and carved gemstone offers a whisper of cosmic unity, as if every act of artistry was also an act of devotion. Wandering through these echoes, we sense a culture that revered nature's cycles. The ebb and flow of rivers in monsoon and drought, the silent drift of seasons across fields of barley and millet. They built reservoirs where water might dwell, drawing from monsoon rains with a kind of reverence one feels in a temple. When wind-sculpted dunes threatened habitation, embankments stood sentinel against encroachment, each sandbag a prayer against oblivion. The monuments they left were not towering obelisks, but sculptures of everyday life made sacred. The precisely laid cesspits under homes, a network of clay pipes whispering of communal care, a simple bathing tank that feels like an oracle's pool reflecting inner worlds. Yet around 1300 BCE, almost as gently as they had risen, these cities fell into silence. No army drums announce a fall. No charred timbers lie in ruin. Instead, doorways stand open to empty rooms and deserted streets, as though inhabitants simply drifted away toward horizons we cannot follow. Scholars propose shifting river courses, tectonic murmurs rerouting the Indus and its tributaries, stars of explanation shining dimly through the fog. Others speak of monsoon patterns faltering, of drought creeping across fields until the silent famine compelled families to seek new havens. But still we linger on a deeper, unspoken question. Was this departure an act of desperation or a passage guided by some inner revelation? Perhaps the people of the Indus Valley understood impermanence in a way that we can only rediscover through whispered echoes. What if they had foreseen cycles of rise and ebb, not as calamity, but as sacred transitions? In the hush of empty granaries, could they have heard a call to embark on another migration? Not through deserts of sand, but through shifting landscapes of consciousness? Some mystics propose that the final Harappans traveled eastward, carrying living seeds of philosophy that blossomed in later Vedic traditions. Could there be a hidden thread linking the folk who revered Shiva's proto-forms and yogic breathwork to those humble artisans who stamped seals with cosmic sigils? In modern excavations, we find skeletons arranged in burial pits, some clutching copper weapons, others accompanied by ceramic pots. These silent witnesses suggest no mass massacre, but rather careful departure. Did families pause to lay loved ones to rest before stepping beyond the walls, sealing the doorways behind them in solemn farewell? We can almost see a mother depositing her child's tiny vessel beside the body, then standing for one last gaze at the stone steps leading into the city's core. We sense, in these human remnants, that this extinction was not annihilation, but metamorphosis, an invitation to roam new realms where rivers of the mind flow beyond familiar deltas. Today, the fields above Mohenjo-Daro stand pale in midday sun, a quilt of grasses growing where homes once sheltered laughter. Rain seeps through broken bricks, coaxing grass tufts to teem within hollowed baths. If you listen with enough stillness, you might pick up the echo of children's games, the patter of feet chasing goats along banks, or the low hum of discussion among councils debating the next season's harvest. These echoes resonate not in ruin alone, but as an invitation to gaze beyond our own structures and ask, how will our cities remember us? Will our future archaeologists trace a line of egalitarian spirit through our water mains and communal gardens, or will they find only fissures where unity once flowed? Each discovery of a carved figurine, each fragment of inscribed pottery, is like a shard of a shattered mirror reflecting both past and present. We hold these pieces to our hearts, letting their shapes carve new patterns in our own awareness. Modern technology, satellite imagery that draws ghostly outlines of vanished cities, genetic analysis that traces ancestral migrations, gives us fresh keys. Yet every key unlocks further doors of wonder, like opening one petal only to reveal another. We stand before these mysteries in humble awe, not to conquer them with certitude, but to let them guide us toward a deeper dance between material fact and metaphysical reflection. In this subdued exploration of a vanished civilization, we encounter a paradox. The greatest marvels they bequeathed are not monolithic temples, but the delicate filaments of communal intention, spiritual harmony, and graceful surrender to impermanence. Their legacy calls us back to elemental questions. Can human invention align with nature's rhythms in true collaboration? Can a script of symbols become more than a record of commerce, blossoming into a living language of the soul? Can communities dissolve not through violence, but through conscious transition, stepping into new landscapes with awareness instead of fear? We drift across the ruins like pilgrims in a dream, feeling for the pulse that once animated those walls and corridors. The Indus Valley civilization, in its silent disappearance, offers a teaching that ripples across millennia. That greatness need not roar in conquest or crave eternal dominion. It can whisper in measured bricks, in channels carrying life-giving water, in seals pressed with gentle artistry, and in cities open enough for departure without distress. In their absence, they remain present, an enduring echo within our own restless hearts. As our footsteps carry us away from the crumbling thresholds, we bear with us not the dust of ruins alone, but a tender remembrance of what it means to flourish in humble harmony and to vanish with serene acceptance. In this calm exchange between past and present, the Indus Valley speaks a silent sermon on the fragility and grace of human endeavors. May we listen, may we learn, and may we carry forward their quiet legacy as we chart our own courses through the unfolding chapters of time. Under the pale light of the southern hemisphere's night sky, the Moai of Rapa Nui stand like ancient sentinels, half emerged from the earth and half ascended into the realm of spirit. Their stony profiles, carved from volcanic tuff, rise as silent witnesses to a forgotten era, as though the ancestors themselves turned to gaze upon the expanse of ocean beyond. These figures, some soaring over 30 feet tall, bear witness to human ingenuity, devotion, and mystery. At times, their watchful eyes seem to flicker with hidden meaning, beckoning the curious traveler into a realm where history and myth entwine. In the hush of dawn, when the winds carry only the soft calls of seabirds, the statues radiate a profound stillness, an invitation to explore their purpose, their origin, and the fate of the people who raised them. Walking among the scattered Moai, one senses the deliberate placement. Backs to the boundless sea, faces turned inward toward the heart of the island. It is as if they stand guard against the unknown, guiding the living community with the presence of ancestors. Generations ago, the Rapa Nui people believed each statue held mana, the sacred life force bestowed by departed elders, imbuing the island with protection and prosperity. Some scholars contend the Moai marked clan territories. Others insist they represented feasts of worship, offerings to gods who shaped land and destiny. Yet no single explanation fully captures their aura of timeless vigilance. In the hush of ceremonial platforms, or ahu, where weather-smoothed footprints left by long-vanished priests linger, the truth remains elusive, suspended between science and spirit. At the heart of the island, nestled in the crater of Rano Raraku, lie the remains of nearly 900 unfinished figures. Here, on the slopes of an extinct volcano, carvers once wielded basalt chisels and basalt tools, coaxing form from rock in a sacred dance of creation. The quarry floor is strewn with broken fragments of arms and torsos, each piece a testament to the patient labor of countless artisans. Sunlight filtering through drifting reeds illuminates the swirling patterns etched into the tuff, revealing the slowly unfolding faces of future guardians. It is as though the mountain itself birthed these beings, carving their outlines in response to the islanders' prayers and aspirations. In the raw air of Rano Raraku, one might almost hear the echoes of hammers striking stone, the rhythmic chant of workers weaving song into every blow. After the statues took shape, another mystery emerged. How were these multi-ton figures transported across rocky slopes and grassy plains to their designated ahu? Early theories suggested that logs served as rollers, each statue perched upon wooden tracks and nudged forward by teams of men. Yet the island's scarce tree cover invites doubt. Could Rapa Nui's slender palms have borne the weight of such ambition? A more enchanting notion whispers through oral tradition. The Moai walked. According to elders, a coordinated band of carriers tugged at ropes fastened around the statues, rocking them side to side, inching them forward as though they too possessed a living will. When researchers experimented with this method, they witnessed slow, lurching progress that seemed to honor both myth and physics. Whether rolled or walked, the journey of each Moai remains a testament to communal resolve and a profound understanding of balance, both physical and spiritual. The rosy-tinged scoria of Puna Pau, quarried for the circular headpieces known as pukau, adds a final, regal flourish to some statues, These heavy red crowns, perched atop scowling brows, lend an air of ceremony as though each guardian once donned a sacred headdress. Carried across jagged trails, each pukao was trimmed and hoisted into place using ramps of earth, perhaps sealed by wooden levers moved in prayerful unison. The deep hue of the red scoria may have symbolized vitality or divine authority, echoing a universal language of color that spans continents and time. When sunlight bathes a crowned moai in warm glow, the conviction of those who raised it returns. Each statue was more than stone, but a bridge between realms, crowned by the living breath of collective belief. Beyond their physical majesty lies a subtle individuality. While the statues share a common silhouette, broad shoulders, elongated noses, chiseled brows, no two faces are identical. Some bear soft, rounded features, others are angular and stern. A few display carved indentations where coral inlays once marked eyes that watched ceremonies from lofty perches. Each variation hints at the ancestors revered by particular clans, heroes who guided daily life through invisible threads of wisdom. The moai's faces seem almost alive, imbued with stories of lineage and legacy. In their quiet gaze, one perceives the silent language of respect. Here, stone is more than metal and mineral. It is memory made manifest. The story of the moai is also the story of Rapa Nui's fragile environment. As the population rose, groves of trees vanished to feed fires, build boats, or roll statues. The soil eroded, crops faltered, and cliffs fell silent. In the shadows of the fallen forest, social strains appeared. Rival clans debated water rights, ceremonial platforms fell into disrepair, and once venerated traditions waned. Some archaeologists suggest that the ecological debt incurred by moai transport contributed to the island's collapse. Others argue that adaptive strategies, terracing, and soil enrichment demonstrate how Rapa Nui people strove to restore balance. Whether cautionary tale or testament to resilience, the ecological chapter of this saga reminds us that even the longest reigns depend on harmonizing ambition with stewardship. Yet amidst theories of decline, the island's oral traditions persist like flickering torches in a long tunnel. From the gentle cadence of elders' voices comes an unbroken thread of myth and memory. They speak of birdmen who raced for divine favor, of priests who interpreted celestial portents, and of ancestors whose spirits linger among the statues at twilight. In dances performed under the full moon, young women weave the stories into rhythmic steps, keeping alive the pulse of collective memory. These intangible echoes offer insights as vital as those unearthed by trowel and brush. They link past to present, reminding us that history dwells as much in the heart as it does in the earth. In recent decades, archaeologists with ground-penetrating radar and 3D scanners have gleaned fresh glimpses of the moai's secrets. Hidden foundations emerge from subsurface shadows, petroglyphs once obscured by centuries of lichen glow in digital reconstructions. Broken fragments, now pieced together, reveal that some statues bore ceremonial motifs, spirals and lines that echo universal symbols found in distant deserts and jungles. Such discoveries hint at a broader tapestry of human expression, a network of ideas transmitted across oceanic corridors long before written records. Each buried treasure invites us to reconsider the boundaries of ancient connection, suggesting that Rapa Nui's story is woven into a larger mosaic of shared creativity. Even as scholarship deepens, the moai continue to cast their spell on artists and dreamers worldwide. Sculptors emulate their stylized forms, painters render their profiles against surreal skies. poets weave their stony silence into verses about memory and time. On islands and continents far removed from the Pacific, the Moai emerge as archetypes of endurance and mystery. They invite us to reflect on the role of art in shaping identity, to ponder how simple shapes carved in wind-swept rock can traverse oceans and centuries to speak to our modern souls. In the footsteps of those who forged giant statues, we glimpse a civilization both extraordinary and humanly familiar. The cessation of Moai carving around the 14th century signals not simply a collapse, but a transformation. As resources shifted, the islanders turned their gaze inward, forging new rites and social structures that carried ancestral mana into novel forms. Some platforms gave way to domestic fields, and the pounding chant of stone carvers was replaced by the rustle of sweet potato leaves. Yet the Moai remained as silent teachers, their iridescent gaze reminding each generation that spirit and substance must remain in harmony. Walking through Rano Raraku, one senses that the quarry itself was more than stone's womb. It was sacred ground. In that high volcanic basin, artisans did not merely carve faces, they channeled ancestral presence, guiding hammer and chisel with prayer woven into each stroke. Today, when the wind whispers through carved hollows, we imagine the soaring spirits that once lent strength to every swing. The quarry's restless stones still hold the memory of creation, a reminder that art is born at the intersection of human intention and the living earth. Modern conservation efforts aim to honor both the physical stones and the cultural pulse they embody. Local custodians, scholars, and island stewards work side by side, stabilizing toppled statues, clearing invasive vegetation, and revitalizing oral narratives. By teaching the next generation how to sing ancestral chants and retell creation myths, they ensure that the Moai's presence remains alive, no longer merely trophies of archaic prowess, but luminous beacons of shared heritage. Each restored Ahu becomes a gathering place, where young dancers learn the cadence of ancient ceremonies and elders trace the lines of carved brows, recounting deeds of valor etched in stone. Beyond the island, the Moai's legacy travels with the Rapa Nui diaspora. As families settle in distant cities, they carry with them the rhythms of their homeland, the soft chant of morning prayers, the stories of giants who strode across lichen-crusted plains, and the taut ropes that coaxed stone to walk. In community centers, bazaars, and quiet gatherings, the descendants pass these narratives onward, nurturing a sense of belonging that stretches from sea to shining sea. Through their hands, the Moai become portable relics of memory, tangible reminders that identity transcends geography. Perhaps the greatest gift of the Moai is their role as a mirror for our own time. They prompt us to ask how we move our mighty creations across the landscape of progress, what we sacrifice in pursuit of honor or protection, and how we might better heed the lessons of balance. In a world resetting its relationship with nature, Rapa Nui's ancient saga resonates with a singular clarity. Ingenuity must be married to foresight, ambition to humility. The Moai's silent watch urges us to weave sustainability into every design, to honor the mana that dwells within land and heart alike. In the hush of dusk, when the bronze sun sinks behind emerald hills and seabirds wheel in dimming light, the Moai become portals between epochs. Their stony lips remain sealed, yet their presence speaks of universal yearnings for legacy, for connection, for understanding beyond the fleeting moment. Standing among them, one senses a gentle invitation to step beyond time's linear march, to sit with questions rather than answers, and to honor the grace of mindful creation. Thus, the story of the Moai endures, an evolving tapestry embroidered with research, ritual, and reverie. No single chapter captures its expanse, for these statues are as mutable as memory itself, shifting with each telling, each dawn light, each starlit night. They invite us into a sacred dialogue across generations, urging us to walk alongside their legacy, to feel the earth's pulse beneath carved feet, and to carry forward the quiet duty of guardianship. In their stony vigil, we glimpse the infinite dance of humanity and earth, an ever-unfolding journey guarded by the silent watchers of Rapa Nui. In the quiet heat of a Cretan summer in 1908, Luigi Pernier ventured into the wind-swept ruins at Phaistos and gently brushed dust from a small, unassuming clay disc. Roughly 6 inches across and baked to an ochre hardness, the disc bore a spiral of stamped symbols, each impression resting like a secret against the coarse, sun-bleached surface. Pernier could not have guessed, as he lifted that fragile circle from its cradle of earth, that this curious fragment would become a poem of silence, tantalizing scholars and dreamers for more than a century. Turn the disc in your hands and note its 2 faces, each planted with carefully arranged glyphs. 241 impressions cluster into 61 discrete groups, circled by guiding lines that funnel the eye towards the center. In that spiral resides both invitation and challenge, a language perhaps folded into itself, an incantation or ledger that drifts beyond translation. Clay, so mundane in Minoan pottery and household wares, here becomes oracle and puzzle. Its unyielding surface a repository of voices that no longer speak in any known tongue. This stamping technique hints at ritual as much as it suggests communication. Each symbol was pressed with a distinct seal, as though a sacred mold carried significance beyond mere decoration. Millennia before Gutenberg's movable type, the makers of the disc appear to have fashioned a bespoke lexicon, chiseling meaning in reverse relief. The care invested in creating molds, each detailed cast repeated across the spiral, reveals a community adept both at artistry and at guarding its arcane knowledge. Could these seals have been the tools of an artisan priesthood? Or were they badges of office, passed only to those initiated in the island's hidden rites? The spiral itself feels alive, a cosmic path echoing patterns found in nature and myth. Like the coils of a galaxy unfurling through star-sprinkled voids, the disc's design guides us inward on a meditative pilgrimage. Across cultures and millennia, spirals have signified birth and rebirth, the turning of seasons, the unseen forces that govern life and death. Here, on Crete's sun-warmed plains, the spiral invites us to leave behind certainty and wander toward the disc's silent heart, confronting the mystery at the center of any ancient faith. Scholars have long compared the disc's symbols to linear A, or Egyptian hieroglyphs, only to find no definitive match. Human figures, avian silhouettes, and abstract forms cluster together in enigmatic combinations. Some researchers dream of a proto-language, a glimmer of early writing that vanished along with its people. Others imagine a ceremonial script, not made to convey words in a mundane sense, but to capture cosmic forces or divine names, known only to priests, recited in hushed chambers long lost to time. In the absence of a Rosetta Stone-like key, the disc stands as a monolith of cryptic purpose. Attempts at decipherment have ranged from calendars and ritual melodies to epic poems of creation and genealogies of kings. None has prevailed. Theories bloom like desert flowers, beautiful, fleeting, and unverified. Computational analysis hunts for patterns, statistical anomalies, clues hidden in the rotation or frequency of stamps. Yet every algorithm falters at the gulf between symbol and meaning, reminding us that some riddles emerge from an alchemy of language, culture, and ceremony that we may never recover. To grasp the Disc's enigma is also to glimpse the wider tapestry of Minoan society. Between 2000 and 1400 BCE, Crete thrived on maritime trade, weaving connections with Egypt, Anatolia, and the Levant. Phaistos itself rose as both political hub and sacred precinct, its palaces echoing with incense, song, and the negotiations of merchant princes. In this vibrant crossroads, new ideas took root, and rituals deepened in complexity. The disc may have been born in such a setting, an object of great sanctity entrusted to those initiated in its layered mysteries. At Phaistos, where vibrant frescoes once danced overhead and labyrinthine corridors sheltered the flicker of priests' lamps, the disc was likely created within a world suffused by symbolism. Every carved column and painted bull leper testified to beliefs that married nature and deity, art and ceremony. The disc, with its spiral script, emerges as a prism through which we glimpse the rhythms of Minoan thought, cycles of growth and decline, of renewal and loss, woven into the very clay by hands both practical and worshipful. We might imagine the disc as a koan, a Zen riddle frozen in Mediterranean light, beckoning the mind beyond linear logic into intuitive understanding. In its silence, we hear echoes of breathing temples, of processional footsteps on mosaic floors, of offerings laid before unseen altars. It asks not for answers, but for patience, for the surrender of timeless hubris that insists all must yield to reason. In that surrender, we find space to honor how little we truly know when faced with mysteries older than recorded memory. Over the past century, countless scholars have gathered around this seal-pressed spiral, forming a secret garden of debate. Art historians, linguists, cryptographers, and philosophers trade theories like incense burners, each adding their own fragrance to the discourse. One proposes the disc as a lunar calendar, another as a hymn to the sea. Some see in its patterns the echoes of Egyptian cosmology. Others detect the influence of Levantine trading partners. In every voice, the disc becomes a mirror reflecting disciplines and dreams as varied as the seals that formed its glyphs. Beyond scholarly circles, the disc draws seekers and travelers to Crete in quiet pilgrimage. Under the midday sun, visitors tread the ancient pathways between olive groves and ruins, their footsteps soft on stone. They gather in museums where glass cases cradle the disc, marveling at its modest size and unfathomable depth. For some, the jaw-dropping moment comes when the guide, in hushed tones, encourages them to press their foreheads against the cool barrier of glass, to breathe and listen, to sense, if only for a moment, the weight of centuries that lie silent beneath its surface. This unassuming artifact claims a place alongside the Antikythera mechanism and the Dead Sea Scrolls, not for what it reveals, but for what it withholds. Each object stands as testament to the delicate boundary between discovery and oblivion. In the Antikythera's gears, we glimpse an ancient cosmography. In the scrolls, the intimate thoughts of desert scribes. In the Phaistos disc, we confront the ghost of language itself, a script that may have carried prayers or records, now reduced to silent impressions pressed into earth and flame. Through each generation, interpretations cycle like seasons, bringing fresh eyes and new tools. X-ray imaging and photogrammetry illuminate details once invisible in flickering lamplight. Machine learning algorithms seek to cluster symbol frequencies, finding patterns that eluded human intuition. Yet the disk remains steadfast in its reticence. Perhaps only a discipline yet unborn, or a scholar whose mind moves in circles rather than lines, will unlock the key. Until then, the disk's mystery remains a living thing, renewing itself in every unanswered question. At its core, the Phaistos disk reminds us of art's power to transcend language. Its spiraled narrative is as much a visual hymn as it is a linguistic enigma. Each seal-made glyph emerges like a brushstroke, contributing to a composition whose meaning dissolves just beyond the horizon of comprehension. In this interplay of form and emptiness, we sense the artistry that wove spiritual significance into practical craft. The disk, above all, embodies a union of beauty and elusiveness, inviting us to linger in wonder rather than demanding a final word. We lament too the loss of the broader Minoan script, known only as Linear A, whose few surviving tablets tease us with an alphabet we cannot speak. Without that linguistic sibling to guide us, the disk drifts ever more alone, an orphaned relic in a silent conversation. Yet perhaps this orphanhood is part of its gift. It teaches us humility, reminding even the most confident scholar that knowledge is woven from uncountable threads, some forever lost to time's unraveling. In moments of stillness, the disk's spiral seems to pulse, echoing the turning of the earth and the breath of centuries. It is at once grave and playful, an artifact that shares its secrets as sparingly as a monk chanting in a candlelit cave. Its quiet invitation challenges us to accept the unknown, to make peace with questions that outlive our own fleeting lives. Here, in the meeting of human hands and remnant clay, we find a relic charged with the energy of wonder, a symbol of those mysteries life grants us for sustenance. Through its plain shell, the Phaistos disk extends a gentle hand into the abyss of history, asking us to join a circle without beginning or end. As we follow its inscriptions, we follow the pulse of a vanished world, drawn by the hush it leaves in its wake. Every typographic groove beckons. Listen, wander, reflect. In heeding that call, we make our own pilgrimage of thought, a journey that folds back upon itself, like the spiral of the disk, carrying us always inward toward the silent heart of mystery. Barely before dawn, when the world is hushed and dust hangs suspended in the pale light, one can stand at the edge of a canyon and feel the weight of centuries pressing quietly against the stones. Here, where the red cliffs rise like slumbering giants, the whisper of lost voices stirs the soul. It is in such moments, when shadows drift like ghosts along weathered walls, that we begin to wonder about the people who molded this landscape into home. They lived with unwavering devotion to earth and sky, yet vanished within a single human lifetime. Their exodus remains a gentle, haunting question that invites our curiosity. These were the ancestral Puebloans, often known through the old Navajo name Anasazi, a people who nurtured community in the windswept plateau now claimed by Utah, Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico. They carved dwellings into cliff faces, raised great communal houses, and charted the constellations with a reverence that blended astronomy and ceremony. Their world unfolded at the crossroads of arid desert and starry nights. a place where human ingenuity met the vast cosmos. In every stone and terraced field, they wove a tapestry of daily life and sacred ritual, a tapestry whose threads we trace today, touching a legacy enshrined in earth and silence. Long before their abrupt departure around 1300 CE, they coaxed life from the parched soil. Corn, beans, and squash thrived under their hands, nurtured by ingenious irrigation channels and hillside terraces. Each canal was dug with patient devotion, each planting guided by the cycle of seasons. They watched the skies for rain-bearing clouds, interpreted the patterns of wind and sun, and shaped their farming practices with all the care of an ancient prayer. In their fields grew not only sustenance, but also the promise of stability and growth. In their seeds lived the hope of generations yet unborn. Beyond agriculture, they spoke through ceramic vessels painted with spirals, lightning motifs, and animal figures, delicate landscapes of pigment that hint at mythologies now lost. Their hands chiseled petroglyphs into canyon walls, abstract shapes that may have mapped journeys of the soul, celestial events, or communion with spirit helpers. Below the ground, within circular chambers called kivas, they gathered beneath smoke-stained ceilings for rites of passage and sacred council. Kiva floors aligned with solar and lunar movements, turning each ceremony into a cosmic echo of the dance above. Within this intricate web of craft and ritual, every gesture carried deeper meaning. If one glides through Mesa Verde at dawn, light slipping between sandstone overhangs, one glimpses the ghostly outlines of Cliff Palace and Balcony House. Built into the recesses of vertiginous cliffs, these stone edifices offered shelter from heat and invaders, yet also stood as testaments of communal harmony. Rooms cluster together in silent conversation, connected by narrow passages and ladders, thresholds between the mundane and the mystical. Here, living quarters and ceremonial spaces blur, speaking to a society that saw no divide between earth and spirit. Each doorway framed a piece of sky, each hearth a reminder of warmth, born from community and stone. In those silent chambers, the aroma of paillon wood fires must have settled into every crevice. The hum of weaving looms reverberated through vaulted spaces, and the crackle of seeds roasting told of shared meals. Descending a worn wooden ladder into a subterranean kiva, one would have found painted benches and saipapus, small portals symbolizing emergence from an underworld of creation. In these chambers, they whispered prayers, conducted winter solstice rituals, and sought guidance from ancestral spirits. Now, only faint charcoal smudges and smoothed boulders remain, yet they convey a sense of presence so vivid it stirs our own breath into the cool air. Toward the east, beyond scrub and sage, lies Chaco Canyon, a realm of towering walls framing the past like a colossal gallery of stone. Pueblo Bonito, Chetroquetl, and their sister great houses stand in geometric precision, each masonry joint cut with a care that belies the harsh environment. Straight roads extend from these centers, radiating across 100-mile expanses as if guiding pilgrims toward a spiritual focal point. Some stones bear a stucco painted deep red, black, or white. These pigments once glowed under sun and moon, transforming plain surfaces into portals of color. This was a locus where earthbound ritual met cosmic order. Through the breath of desert winds, one can almost hear the convergence of traders bearing turquoise and shell, dancers circling within plaza floors, and astronomers charting the heavens atop wooden scaffolds. The Chacons erected buildings aligned to the solstice sunrise, lunar standstills, and the arc of Venus. They carved petroglyph records of eclipses and supernovae, embedding their observations into the very bedrock. In the deepest kivas, they inscribed graffiti that may represent names, events, or self-identification, human touches against monumental architecture. Wandering through these halls, one senses both the weight of planning and the fluidity of spiritual purpose. Yet around 1300 CE, a silence fell. Doors that once opened for children to run through doorways were sealed or left ajar. The cataclysmic rumble of abandonment took place not through violent conquest, but through a slow exodus, footprints fading beneath shifting sands. What compelled a people so rooted in place to become wanderers on their own land? Many scholars point to forces beyond human control: droughts that parched the soil and drained springs of silver water. Between 1275 and 1300 CE, tree ring analysis reveals a series of severe droughts. Cross-sections of Douglas fir trunks speak of scant growth rings, each ring a testament to months without rain. Cornfields withered under relentless sun, and the cisterns carved into sandstone cliffs ran dry. Rivers that once flowed like threads of liquid glass retreated into bone-dry channels. Faced with starvation, the ancestral Puebloans began to follow dwindling watercourses or high-country meadows where monsoon storms still gathered. This migration, however, was not a simple line on a map, but a fracturing of social and spiritual bonds. Weather patterns alone cannot fully explain the rupture of a civilization. Drought can induce fear, but fear is shaped through human hands. In places where irrigation canals crisscrossed the earth, disagreements over water rights may have brewed tensions. Defensive walls and high-perch villages suggest that occasional conflicts flared, perhaps as scarcity grew. Clusters of arrowheads and the faint outlines of palisades mark episodes of unrest. In some ruins, hastily abandoned hearths loom like frozen snapshots of sudden departure. Yet in these stones lie more questions than answers. Was it internecine warfare, or the arrival of outsiders that hastened the flight? Others whisper of spiritual transformation guiding the journey. Just as landscapes shift, so too can the map of the soul. Perhaps celestial events, comets, eclipses, or an unexpected alignment, sparked a collective vision that led entire communities to seek new sacred centers. Pueblo oral traditions recall Kachina dances that brought prophecy, and elders speak of spirit voices urging migration to the place where water emerges again. One Hopi elder once said, "The old people walked here, their voices are in the stones." Could it be that a calling from beyond shattered the comfort of home? As the ancestral Puebloans spread across the southwest, they left faint traces of continuity. In mesas and valleys, new villages cropped up, echoing the architecture of the cliffs but entwined with local traditions. Oral legends kept the memory of Chaco alive, carried in stories around evening fires. Linguistic threads connect their language to that of modern Zuni, Hopi, and other Pueblo peoples. These descendants honor the past not as a closed chapter, but as living breath. Wherever one visits Taos or Acoma today, one senses the presence of ancestors in prayer shawls, cornfields, and the cadence of ancient songs. In unbroken oral histories, the grandchildren of those who climbed ladders into kivas still sing of migration routes. They speak of stopping where monsoon rains revived parched springs, of finding new canyons rich with piñon pine and juniper. Some recount that their people planted first corn in soils redder than blood, believing the color blessed growth. Others say they paused in mountain valleys, carving petroglyphs of deer and mountain sheep to honor the gift of passage. These stories shift the tale from disappearance to transformation, a journey of renewal guided by sacred geometry, interwoven with land. Under the vault of night, the ancestral Puebloans read the stars as one might read a prayer. They built solar markers that captured dawn's first light in perfectly carved niches. Against the Milky Way's milky span, they aligned kiva walls to lunar cycles, predicting solstices with eerie accuracy. Chandler Prentice, a modern archaeoastronomer, marveled that these observations require focused study and sophisticated design. Yet in their world, cosmology and kinship coexisted in every catalogue of the heavens. Astronomy was not a separate discipline, but a living conversation between humans and universe. Their art, too, spoke in symbols both earthly and cosmic. Bold maze glyphs, spirals that may represent whirlwinds, and animals rendered in incised stone, all hint at narratives layered with meaning. In one black-on-white bowl from Pueblo Bonito, a serpent encircles a sunburst motif. Did it embody transformation, healing, or the cyclical nature of time? Interpretive caution is necessary, for modern eyes can never fully reconstruct ancient intent. Yet to stroll amid painted walls is to glimpse the heartbeat of a worldview anchored in balance between spirit and soil. Threads of spirituality wove through pottery and dance, but perhaps nowhere more vibrantly than in the emergence of Kachina traditions. Kachinas are spirit beings who bridge worlds, dancing in masked processions to bring rain, fertility, and guidance. While the exact origins of Kachina worship elude us, the continuity of these ceremonies in Hopi and Zuni pueblos suggests a lineage stretching back to the ancestral Puebloans. Each vibrant doll carved from cottonwood root whispers of a spirit awakened by artistry. Through the Kachinas, the cycle of life, death, and rebirth remains ever present, a living thread connecting past and present. Though the great houses of Mesa Verde stand silent, they remain time capsules of daily existence. In Cliff Palace, beam sockets still puncture ledges, remnants of ceilings that once sheltered sleeping families. Each doorway once framed a tapestry of woven mats, each step etched by the soles of moccasins. Food storage jars and grinding stones lie in situ, as though left in respectful slumber. Archaeologists note that the layout of rooms suggests complex family units, with trained artisans and leaders guiding ceremonies. In these quiet chambers, we sense the rhythms of daily life: meal preparation, storytelling, child rearing, woven together under an open sky. The lessons the ancestral Puebloans carried forward resonate today in stories of resilience. When homes become untenable, communities carry their core values into new landscapes. They adapt fields, construct new kivas, and continue prayers for rain. Such cultural agility offers insight into sustainability and collective effort. In an era of global change, one wonders how modern societies might learn from this legacy: to cultivate reciprocity with land, to blend science and ceremony, and to honor water as a sacred gift. In the shadow of their abandonment, we find a message about the strength born of unity and reverence. Scattered across canyon walls lie petroglyphs that serve as silent storytellers. Faint figures of dancers, animals, and abstract signs endure where wind and water meet rock. One spiral, etched into a granitic face, seems to pulse with movement, perhaps marking solstice sunrises or ritual journeys. These images offer no complete lexicon, only invitations to meditate on human presence tethered to stone. Sometimes scholars compare them to dreamscapes, others call them maps of consciousness. Whatever they represent, these rock arts remain as eloquent as any written word, testifying that the ancestral Puebloans inscribed both territory and spirit onto the land. Beyond the confines of daily life and ceremony, their perception of time and space embraced cosmic dimensions. Dwelling places became observatories, plazas a stage for solar theater. The solstice sun, sliding its golden rays through narrow windows, marked planting times and communal festivals. Full moons rising behind mesa rims guided priestly dances. Even the arc of the Milky Way seems mirrored in stone alignments, suggesting a profound conviction of union between earth and heavens. Such cosmic ties remind us that our ancestors measured life not only in years, but in cycles, weaving their footsteps into the grand tapestry of the universe. Kivas, those subterranean sanctuaries, remain among the most profound expressions of communal spirituality. Crafted with precise geometry, they embody the circular principle of life: birth, death, and renewal. Each sipapu, a small hole set into the floor, symbolizes emergence from a previous world. Down here, far from the sky's brilliance, participants would enter wearing masks, telling sacred stories, and forging social bonds. When the sun rose high, they emerged renewed, carrying the light of communal vision into everyday tasks. Though now silent, kivas radiate significance. To step into these subterranean rooms is to touch a continuum of belief unbroken by centuries. In modern Pueblo villages, echoes of ancestral Puebloan wisdom flow through language, ceremony, and music. In the stillness before dawn at Zuni, elders chant prayers of gratitude for water and maize. At Hopi Mesas, children learn the dances their ancestors performed in Chaco plazas. This living heritage refuses to be trapped behind glass museum cases. It breathes in adobe homes and ceremonial chambers. Relationships with land, spirit, and each other remain dynamic, reminding us that cultural survival depends on adaptation guided by reverence for origins. Here, past and present intertwine in an unbroken embrace. As one contemplates the ruins, it becomes clear that these stones form libraries of unwritten knowledge. Walls and doorways are inscribed with history, ethics, and aspiration, lessons encoded in place rather than parchment. To read these libraries, researchers combine archaeological records with indigenous knowledge, ensuring that interpretations honor both scientific evidence and ancestral voices. In this shared effort, every corridor and column reveals insights into social structure, belief systems, and environmental stewardship. Such collaborative inquiry transforms silent stones into active teachers, guiding us toward understandings that bridge epochs. The trails carved by migrating Puebloan bands across desert and mesa are themselves sacred corridors of memory. Footpaths wind through juniper forests, over rippling sand dunes, and past sacred springs, connecting former cliff dwellings with distant valley settlements. At each stop, travelers offered prayers and left small tokens, fragments of pottery or carved stones, to bless the journey. These pilgrimage routes, recorded in oral histories, reflect notions of place as living presence. Each bend in the trail could signify a spiritual threshold, each resting site a moment of communion. Through these highways of remembrance, the term disappearance gives way to the concept of ongoing pilgrimage. Modern technologies now draw new maps beneath the canopy of chaparral and piñon pine. LiDAR scans reveal hidden house sites and roads long swallowed by earth. Ground-penetrating radar illuminates buried kivas, while drone photography captures alignments invisible from the ground. Radiocarbon dating refines timelines, and chemical analysis of pottery shards reveals trade networks stretching across mountains and rivers. These discoveries do not erase the mystery, but deepen it, inviting us to question what else remains secret beneath layers of soil. In this melding of ancient wisdom and 21st century tools, the story of the ancestral Puebloans continues to unfold. Today, travelers and scholars alike tread softly within these ancient chambers, carrying field journals and cameras, yet also maintaining a hushed reverence for the spirits who linger here. Pilgrims seeking connection to past wisdom kneel beside kiva walls and listen for echoes in the empty hearth. Artists sketch the interplay of light and shadow across weathered stone. Researchers pause to offer tobacco or cornmeal in small offerings, acknowledging that these grounds remain alive with ancestral presence. Each step becomes both study and ceremony, and guided meditations and storytelling circles at these sites invite listeners to enter the same reflective state the ancients once embraced. In this space, history feels as close as one's own heartbeat. In the lingering glow of sunset, when canyon walls blush in deep apricot, one might close one's eyes and imagine drums resounding in Chaco plazas or ceremonial gourds rattling in Cliff Palace. The lines between centuries blur as memory and stone entwine. And so, even though the ancestral Puebloans departed from their high perches, their spirit endures within the geometry of dwellings, the cadence of ceremonial songs, and the silent testimony of rock art. Listen, if you will, to the gentle murmur of wind through juniper branches. In that whisper you may hear the living heartbeat of a people who continue to call this land home. High upon the sands of Giza, where wind-worn limestone meets endless sky, the Great Pyramid stands as a silent song of human aspiration and cosmic longing. Each block, hewn with unfathomable precision, feels both earthly and otherworldly, a threshold between reality and dream. We imagine the hands of ancient architects, guided by star maps, spiritual visions, and an unwavering devotion to divine harmony, placing stone upon stone in a vast choreography that echoes through millennia. Time seems suspended here, as if the desert itself hesitates to disturb the grandeur of this monumental verse. It is within this grand emblem of civilization that countless mysteries slumber, and among them, a whisper of emptiness, a hidden void, unseen yet profoundly present, beckons the soul to wander deeper into layers of wonder. It stands as a testament to dreams carved in silence, inviting pilgrims of mind and spirit to trace its lines and seek resonances in every shadow. Beneath its surface, time ripples like water, and our curiosity stirs in orbit around what remains unseen. The veil was first drawn back in the quiet of the modern age, as particles from distant cosmic rays slipped through the pyramid's ancient walls and into sensitive detectors below. Muon radiography, an artful marriage of physics and archaeology, revealed a chamber no one had imagined. In 2017, scientists patiently counted subatomic messengers and traced their trajectories, discovering a space 30 meters in length, tucked above the Grand Gallery, like a secret breathing beneath stone ribs. In labs around the world, researchers held their breath as detectors quietly recorded cosmic whispers of this hidden cavity. The result was a revelation as poetic as it was scientific, a dance of subatomic particles that unveiled an ancient chamber through time's oldest walls. No stair leads to it, no corridor reveals its threshold. Only muons speak of its existence. In that moment, the pyramid exhaled an enigma, inviting each of us to contemplate a design that transcends mere tomb or monument. For centuries, scholars have pondered the pyramid's purpose, often returning to the simple yet profound idea that it was born to cradle Pharaoh Khufu's passage into eternity. But as we stand before its soaring silhouette, we sense intentions beyond burial. Could these strict angles and celestial alignments serve a purpose woven into the very fabric of stars? Perhaps the pyramid was conceived as a bridge between earth and sky, a cosmic ladder anchoring humanity to the heavens. The silent void hints at rites we barely understand, ceremonies enacted in hidden spaces, rituals that guided the pharaoh's soul to join the eternal dance of constellations. This monument whispers of transformation, a spiritual engine carved in stone that elevates flesh to spirit, mortal to divine. How did the ancient builders achieve such marvel without modern cranes or steel? Stones weighing several tons were quarried far away, dragged, levered, and coaxed into place by techniques we can only guess at. Some speak of straight ramps. Others imagine spiral constructions circling toward the apex. Water channels might have eased the flow of heavy blocks. Ropes and wooden sleds could have guided each load like gentle watercraft on the Nile. These theories hint at a civilization intimately aware of natural laws, blending empirical genius with sacred principles. Yet, despite centuries of research, no single explanation satisfies every nuance of the pyramid's construction. The hidden void only deepens the riddle. Was this space an incidental byproduct? A clever solution to shifting weight and stress? Or an intentional chamber pulsing with esoteric significance? Within the fabric of the pyramid, every space appears designed with care. Passages align to stars, chambers face cardinal points, walls embody mathematical constants that echo universal patterns. The newly revealed void stretches above the grand gallery like a silent verse awaiting recitation. Imagine it aligned to the belt of Orion, guiding initiates' eyes upward, or marking the solstice sun as it brushes the horizon. Perhaps this space was never meant for human feet, but for the soul's ascent, an inner vent through which cosmic energy could pass. As we trace the angles of these hidden planes, we feel ourselves tilting toward something sacred, a geometry that binds matter to consciousness, earth to ether. At the heart of ancient Egyptian cosmology dwelled the belief that death was not an end, but a passage to another realm. Life followed the path of the sun, journeying through underworld chambers before rising anew at dawn. The pyramid, in this view, was more than tomb or idol. It was a spiritual machine, calibrated to facilitate rebirth among stars. Inner halls and corridors became symbolic waterways, guiding the pharaoh's Ba and Ka toward eternal horizons. The void above the grand gallery could have served as a threshold between realms, a silent conduit for the soul's fragile vessel to slip beyond material bounds. In its hidden darkness, one senses both the void of mortality and the promise of infinite life. The pyramid's designers wove political power and spiritual authority into a single stone tapestry. Pharaohs were living gods, embodiments of Mat, the principle of cosmic order, justice, and balance. Their monuments asserted earthly dominion while echoing divine harmony. With its colossal scale and perfection of form, the pyramid proclaimed Khufu's immortality to all who beheld it, guiding viewers' hearts toward reverence. Introducing a hidden space to this design could have amplified that resonance, offering an inner sanctum where sacred rites unfolded away from prying eyes. Perhaps only high priests or royal initiates passed near this void, engaging in ceremonies to bind Pharaoh's spirit to celestial law, weaving his essence into the endless weave of the cosmos. Yet, even as modern instruments illuminate ancient secrets, serendipity plays a quiet role in every grand revelation. Muon detectors were placed with careful intention, but who could have foreseen their capacity to unveil a new chamber in a structure built nearly 4,500 years ago? Chance and design entwine. Particles born in supernovae collide with Earth's atmosphere, drift through stone, and whisper truths to patient minds. This convergence of happenstance and ingenuity speaks to a sacred dance between human curiosity and cosmic generosity. It reminds us that exploration invites the unexpected, and that each discovery begets new questions, ensuring the journey toward understanding never reaches a final shore. In the hush of imagination, we conjure visions of what the void might hold. Could it shelter scrolls of papyrus inscribed with forgotten wisdom? Might precious relics or ritual objects rest behind its unseen doors, untouched since pharaonic time? Or does it cradle nothing more than emptiness, a sacred pause echoing the divine silence from which creation sprang? Some dream of cosmic maps etched on hidden walls, guides for souls voyaging between worlds. Others imagine it as a repository for the pharaoh's ka, a spiritual essence preserved separately from physical remains. Whether material or mystical, the void conserves the allure of revelation, beckoning future seekers to unveil its hidden chambers. History unfolds along the spine of dynasties, each pyramid a chapter in Egypt's grand narrative. From Djoser's stepped edifice to Khafra's elegant form, architects refined ideas across centuries. Innovations emerged, rituals evolved, and theological nuances shifted with each reign. The Great Pyramid stands at this lineage's pinnacle, a confluence of art, devotion, and technique. Now, the discovery of a hidden void prompts us to revisit that entire saga, to read new meaning into shifts of design and purpose. Perhaps this chamber echoes experiments in ancient engineering, a testament to creative courage and spiritual fervor. Tracing its origins links us to builders and priests who dared to dream in stone, etching their hopes into the desert's silent fabric. Within every stone lies symbolic resonance, and Egyptian monuments teem with layers of esoteric meaning. The void itself can be seen as a profound metaphor, a space carved into matter, inviting explorers to look beyond surfaces into the depths of reality and mind. It reminds us that absence can speak as loudly as presence, that what is hidden may hold the purest truth. In ritual, empty vessels receive divine essence, and in silence, we hear the song of the infinite. By incorporating such a space, the pyramid's architects may have woven a silent teaching into their creation, an invitation to meditation, to peer into the unseen and find wonder in the gap. Ancient texts tell of guardian spirits, serpents, demons, and deities patrolling thresholds between worlds. Uri cobras adorned crowns to ward off chaos, while benevolent gods guided souls through perilous realms. Could the hidden void have been under the watchful gaze of a symbolic protector, its entrance guarded by murals now lost to time? In imagining such guardians, we tap into stories whispered by priests and recited in hushed temples. They remind us that the sacred requires care, that knowledge emerges in the presence of vigilance, and that mystery thrives where boundaries are drawn between known and unknown. Egyptian literature, from the pyramid texts to the Book of the Dead, weaves incantations and mythic journeys that guide the departed through nether worlds. Verses speak of corridors lit by stars, gates opened by words of power, transformations into birds or gods. One wonders whether fragments of these texts were meant to lie within the hidden void, inscribed on walls or painted on wooden panels. If so, their discovery could redraw our understanding of ancient theology, providing a new lexicon for deciphering the sacred machinery of the pyramid. Until then, we honor the possibility that words and stones once merged within that secret chamber, singing hymns of cosmic return. Despite the grandeur of philosophical and spiritual speculation, we must also stand in wonder at the sheer engineering marvel before us. The act of carving a vast inner space within a structure already strained by massive weight requires extraordinary planning. Layers of limestone shift and settle, pressures distribute along precision-wrought passages. The void might have acted as a pressure relief valve or an acoustic chamber, shaping the sounds of ritual chants to carry through hidden halls. Recognizing the pyramid as a living structure, subject to forces of nature and human ceremony, expands our appreciation for the deft balance of art, science, and spirituality that ancient builders achieved without blueprints or digital models. Where reason yields to the imagination, fringe theories flourish. Some propose that advanced visitors from the stars guided stone placement, or that lost pre-dynastic cultures imbued the site with forgotten technologies. While mainstream scholarship shies from such claims, these tales unfurl a playful reminder. When facing gaps in knowledge, the human mind unfurls wings of fancy. Narratives of alien architects or time-traveling pilgrims become metaphors for our yearning to transcend limits, to believe that history holds even stranger stories than we dare to imagine. The hidden void, like an open door in a dream, invites us to wander through uncharted corridors of possibility. Ultimately, the tale of the Great Pyramid's hidden void is a testament to the interplay of science and spirit. Modern instruments map subatomic particles, yet those particles dance to rhythms envisioned by priests 4 millennia ago. Analytical precision and ancient devotion converge, reminding us that truth demands both rigorous measurement and deep reverence. As we peer into this silent chamber, we are called to balance evidence with wonder, data with intuition, caressing each revelation with humility. In that delicate equilibrium, we honor the living legacy of human curiosity, forever reaching toward mysteries that bind us across the ages. Echoes of Egyptian influence ripple through time, a cultural current that carries motifs of pyramids and gods into art, philosophy, and architecture around the globe. Each generation revives these images, reimagining the silent stones through fresh eyes. The unveiling of a hidden void rekindles this flame, reminding us that the past is not static, but a living conversation between then and now. When we study that space above the Grand Gallery, we honor both the ancient voices that shaped it and the modern minds that listen. Together, we participate in a lineage of wonder spanning thousands of years. There is a profound stillness within the Great Pyramid, an echo that seems to rise from the very foundation of civilizational memory. In the hidden void, that silence becomes tangible, inviting each visitor, physical or imaginary, to sit within its hush and listen. It is here, between stone walls untouched by human breath for centuries, that time unfurls its secrets through subtle shifts of light and shadow. Our quest is not only to measure and catalog, but to dwell within this quiet, to allow the pyramid's silent voice to guide us beyond facts into contemplation, where each question becomes an open horizon in the desert of the mind. Now, as contemporary archaeology stands at the threshold of further discovery, the challenge remains to integrate the unknown without sacrificing respect for what is already revealed. We must resist the urge to rush, to force conclusions where silence holds sway. The void reminds us that every answer births new inquiries, that every stone holds more tales than we might ever uncover. Instead, let us tread lightly in these chambers of memory, allowing our questions to rest alongside the stones. In embracing that mystery, we honor the spirit of the ancient builders, whose greatest legacy may be the invitation to wonder. To walk through shadowy corridors with patient curiosity, to listen for the faint murmur of discoveries still hidden, and to return from the silence beneath the pyramid, with hearts and minds forever touched by the echoes of eternity. Beneath the arid vastness of Peru's coastal desert, where the earth holds its breath under a pale sun, the Nazca lines lie etched like a silent hymn from an age we can no longer touch. Walkers upon the plateau might stumble at first upon faint furrows or pale scars that vanish beneath the shifting sands. Yet, lifted to the sky, the desert reveals itself as a grand tapestry, graceful serpents, galloping llamas, peculiar monkeys, dragons and trapezoids, straight lines that stretch beyond sight, spirals turning back upon themselves in endless conversations with wind and stone. Across nearly 1,000 square kilometers, over 300 figures breathe in the open air, each a monument to a civilization that chose to leave not written records, but vast messages carved into the earth. They existed between 500 BCE and 500 CE, yet still call to us, asking who they were meant to speak with and why. It is tempting to imagine the hands that removed the iron oxide pebbles, revealing the lighter subsoil beneath. Hundreds, perhaps thousands of workers, moving with purposeful calm under a sky that neither provided shade nor mercy. They labored with simple tools, wooden stakes, ropes, their eyes guided by ancestral memory, drawing lines that would endure millennia. In the hush of dawn, the contours would emerge slowly, as if the earth itself exhaled its secret patterns. For those who created them, these marks may have been prayers pinned to the horizon, offerings laid at the threshold between earth and sky. The Andean mystic, who centuries later would whisper of Pachamama's breath, might have found here a living canvas, alive with invisible rivers of energy, ley lines uniting stone and spirit. Yet who could see these figures? From ground level, their vastness dissolves into mere scratches. Some point to nearby foothills as viewing platforms, natural amphitheaters from which a few high priests might glimpse the serpent's curves or the condor's wings. Others dream of proto-hot air balloons woven from reeds and adorned with hides, carrying chosen observers into the heavens. When the cosmos spoke, wrote an unnamed Quichua sage, it spoke in shapes etched upon the face of the world. Perhaps the Nazca discovered ways to glimpse their own creations from above, and perhaps that sacred act, ascending, looking, bearing witness, was itself the ritual. There are those who propose that the lines served as astronomical markers, aligning with solstices, equinoxes, or the rising of constellations. The straight corridors might have pointed to the puma or the llama, guiding agricultural prayers for the scant water that sustained these people. Under such a theory, the hummingbird, its 90-meter wingspan laid upon the stone floor of silence, could echo the swift journey of Venus across dawn's edge. The spider, its delicate legs spanning 46 meters, might mirror the weaving of celestial patterns, each thread a path of rising and setting stars. And yet, though scholars have uncovered alignments suggestive of calendaric intent, no single system explains all shapes. the markings remain too complex, too many, to fit neatly into our modern astronomical frameworks. They resist our need for tidy answers. In the heart of this labyrinth of Earth art sits a gentle hummingbird, its sinewy neck and outstretched wings inscribed over the sand. Its presence seems to celebrate speed, agility, fleeting beauty. To the Nazca, whose lives were bound to cycles of drought and flood, such a tiny creature might have embodied the lightness of the soul, the prayer of a heartbeat fluttering into the air. The hummingbird's flight is a poetic metaphor for existence itself, transient, fleeting, lifted by invisible currents. And while Euclid's geometry could measure each segment of the bird's form, Euclid did not walk this desert, nor did he witness the wind's quiet ministrations upon a society whose imagination soared beyond written letters. Nearby, the spider, drawn with such precision that even modern aerial photography marvels at its crisp limbs, seems to crawl across eternity. In many cultures, the spider is a weaver of destiny, a spinner of webs that connect life's disparate nodes. The Nazca spider might have been a symbol of creation, a totem for fertility, or a guide to the underworld's pathways. Some suggest it marked the appearance of particular constellations, Arachnus or Draco, though such theories can seldom account for the spider's singular perfection. Instead, one might imagine that its form was felt as much as seen, that pilgrims traced its legs on bended knees, offering chicha or maize under its shadow, seeking invisibly to join their own stories to the loom of time. Between these living creatures and geometric galleries lie the long, straight lines, corridors that stretch for kilometers without a turn. One could walk for hours within them, the horizon closing in like a screen upon a play, the desert wind murmuring at one's back. Might these avenues have served as processional routes, pathways for sacred dance beneath the baking sun? Some researchers suggest that pilgrims marched along these corridors, each step a silent prayer, until they paused at the heart of a geoglyph, casting offerings of turquoise, gourds, or the bones of sacrificial camelids. The absence of such deposits in most sites leaves the question open. Were offerings gathered only at secret enclaves, or did the lines themselves function as intangible altars, received more by sight and spirit than by touch? Across time, these lines have endured because the desert is a fortuitous guardian. The Paracas people later learned to weave their own offerings of cotton and camelid fiber. But here, in the Nazca realm, nature herself was the conservator. With hardly any rainfall and no plant roots to cleave the soil, the pale earth refused to forget these figures. A rare downpour washes them almost invisibly, and the wind returns quickly to restore clarity. Yet in modern times, vehicles have scarred the outer edges, and encroaching towns cast shadows across lines once free. Every tire track across the plain is a reminder that human curiosity can both reveal and destroy. In the mid-20th century, whispers of alien contact began to surround the Nazca lines. Perhaps the gods were not of this earth, mused Erich von Däniken, but visitors from worlds beyond. Under this vision, the straight lines become airstrips, and the animal forms, giant signposts flanking invisible runways. The idea drew headlines and eyes from every continent, yet it carried little evidence besides the audacity of imagination. Still, as a poetic gesture, it persists. Believing that the Nazca sought communion with the stars kindles a deep longing within us, an echo of ancestral dreams that we might yet reclaim our cosmic kinship. Stripped of sensationalism, the notion can be reimagined as sublime metaphor. The desert's silence is so absolute that one might feel at any moment the brush of distant worlds across one's skin. The Nazca artists might have known this silence intimately and carved their lines to hold open a portal that spans dimensions. In the hush between two stones, one might hear the pulse of the universe. In the spider's 8 legs, one might trace the 8-fold path of mystical traditions. In the hummingbird's flight, one might glimpse the soul's swift journey toward the divine. Modern technology has lent fresh eyes to these ancient marks. LiDAR surveys drift over the plain like gentle clouds, revealing minor shapes hidden beneath modern debris. Satellite imaging has uncovered faint new signs, slender lines that spiral or fork in ways previously unseen. Digital mapping overlays patterns onto star charts, inviting researchers to seek correspondences between Andean cosmology and the skies of 2,000 years ago. Yet every new discovery seems to deepen the mystery, reminding us that the lines exist not for our proving, but for our wonder. Archaeological excavations in adjacent villages and cemeteries have yielded potsherds, textiles embroidered with stylized birds and felines, ceramic effigies of deities. Through these finds, we catch glimpses of everyday life, the pots that held chicha, the weaving looms that spun the cloth of ritual garb. But still, no script emerges that might translate the language of these great earthworks. The people of Nazca left no Rosetta Stone. We study their skulls, their diets, their gardens of gourds, and we learn that they farmed ingeniously on hillside terraces and collected water from puquios, subterranean channels whose precise origins remain uncertain. Yet their greatest art eludes final comprehension: the silent dialogues inscribed upon desert floors. Local legends passed down through Andean families offer fragments of context. An elder from nearby Nazca town once told a visitor, "These lines are footprints of our ancestors who walked with the mountains. We call them secas, paths connecting the earth spirits." According to another tale, each figure is overseen by a spirit guardian, a huacas, whose presence lingers in the dust. At twilight, when the air cools and the desert sky deepens, some claim to see dancing lights above the geoglyphs, sparks of energy that drift upward, as if the stones themselves were releasing long-held prayers. Efforts to protect the Nazca lines have grown more urgent in recent decades. The Peruvian government, UNESCO, and local communities have marshaled guards, fencing, and flight regulations. At dawn, a lone ranger might patrol on foot, ensuring that no curious tourist steps beyond a marked path. Satellite monitoring warns of unauthorized incursions by vehicles. These measures are not mere bureaucracy. They echo the silent vow the Nazca themselves may have taken, to preserve these messages for those who come after, so that the desert might continue to speak through their making. Today, travelers still ascend in small planes, circling low over the geoglyphs, holding their breath as the shapes emerge below like awakened dreams. Drone surveys capture new angles, offering virtual pilgrimages for those who cannot visit in person. And yet, no matter how many pixels map the desert, the lived experience remains singular. The heat upon the skin, the crunch of gravel beneath boots, the wide sky that seems to stretch from one edge of the world to the other. Each pilgrim carries home a memory that no photograph can fully convey. The hush of the plateau, the emptiness that is more alive than any crowd. Anthropologists approach the lines as public works of art and power, massive communions of labor binding a society in shared purpose. They speak of governors or shamans who organized the workforces, of communal feasts that celebrated completion of each motif. Through this lens, the lines become texts of social identity, declarations that "we are the people of the hummingbird," or we are the keepers of the spider's web. Yet, such readings risk reducing the spiritual valence to mere political allegory. The Nazca lines might well have served governance, but they also transcend human hierarchy, reaching deeper toward the ineffable. Speculative anthropologists weave still other visions, that the lines mark vortexes of energy, intersections of earth currents that mirror celestial networks. In this imaginary geography, each spiral might be a portal to hidden dimensions, each straight line a channeling rod for subtle powers. It is the language of esoteric thought, one that invites us to slip the bonds of rigid empiricism and allow mystery to breathe. Even if these ideas cannot be tested by carbon dating, they offer interpretive keys to wisdom traditions that celebrate the union of microcosm and macrocosm. The desert itself has not remained unchanged. Over 2 millennia, shifting winds and occasional El Niño floods have reshaped dunes and silicate layers, softening some forms, deepening others. What the Nazca envisioned as stable shapes now drift toward oblivion, then re-emerge under new skies. Climate studies revealed that the region once supported more abundant vegetation and wildlife, allowing a denser population to flourish. As conditions grew harsher, water management became critical, and the lines may have served as ceremonial acts to honor the life-giving forces. When the rains returned, the ancients might have believed they had woven a covenant with the gods, a promise etched into the bones of the world. Archaeologists excavating the villages at Kawachi unearthed plazas and pyramids, plazas aligned with nearby geoglyphs, suggesting that the lines extended beyond the flatlands into ceremonial centers. Pottery shards painted with bird motifs at one site match the giant hummingbird sculpted in the plain. Through these interwoven clues, a larger picture emerges. A civilization not divided between art and life, but one whose daily tasks, spiritual practices, and cosmic visions were inseparable threads in a single tapestry. And so the Nazca lines become our mirror. They reflect the tension between permanence and impermanence, between human striving and nature's indifference. They teach that grandest monuments need not be built of marble and gold, but can be drawn with the simplest tools into the breast of a sleeping desert. They remind us that art can outlast empires, and that silence can speak louder than any trumpet. In these great outlines lie questions that time refuses to answer. Who gazed upon these shapes when they were first made? Did their creators feel awe as we do now? What did they see beyond the horizon that we might see still today, if only we pause and look with unhurried eyes? As we stand before these ancient lines, a profound calm settles upon us. The world beyond fades. The bustle of cities, the clamor of news, the pulse of modern life. Instead, we hear a quiet voice issuing from the ground, a voice that has endured droughts and storms, that has smiled upon pilgrim and poet alike. It is the voice of the Nazca, teachers without words, inviting us to wander the corridors of earth and sky, to feel with our hearts the geometry of presence, to wonder at the threads that bind humanity to mystery. And though we may never know the answers they intended, we carry their question forward. For whom do we carve our own lines upon this earth, and what messages might we leave to the ages yet to come? In the hush of a moonlit desert wind, where the sands of Saqqara whisper of forgotten dynasties, a wooden bird rests in quiet anonymity. Unearthed in 1898 among the shadowy corridors of an ancient necropolis, this delicate artifact, scarcely longer than the span of a man's hand, was carefully catalogued and then gently set aside. Its discoverers, surrounded by the solemn hush of tombs, noted only its avian form: elegant wings carved from sycamore wood, a slender fuselage tapering to a raised tail. Yet, as sunlight sifted through museum windows centuries later, the bird's contours began to murmur of something beyond mere ornament. Amid the measured record-keeping of archaeology, this little figure beckoned to those who dared to listen, its silent testimony hinting at a knowledge that transcended the pages of excavators' journals. In that moment, when a soft hand first traced the bird's etched lines, questions took wing. How could a culture renowned for its pyramids and intricate statuary also harbor within its artistic repertoire a shape so hauntingly reminiscent of a modern glider? The body of the Saqqara bird is neither blunt nor purely symbolic. It carries angles and curves that invite eyes to travel along invisible currents of air. The tail, elevated with deliberate precision, echoes the elevated stabilizers of the 20th century flight, as though born from aerodynamic intuition rather than decorative fancy. No surviving scroll or papyrus speaks of such craft. No wall relief or hieroglyph hints at Egyptian aeronautics. And yet the bird's very existence defies the tidy timelines imposed upon technological progress, whispering that the ancient mind may have glimpsed truths long before propellers and engines claimed the heavens. Stillness reigns where meaning might flourish, for in the realm of spirit and speculation, the Saqqara bird assumes a dual life. To the devout eye, it symbolizes the soul's ascent, a bridge between mortal coil and cosmic expanse. In Egyptian lore, birds were messengers of the gods, carriers of hearts weighed against feathers in the Hall of Mot. By carving a specimen poised as if on the cusp of flight, its creators may have fused ritual intention with subtle experimentation, weaving together metaphors of transformation with the raw mechanics of lift and drag. Some modern researchers, guided by reverence rather than skepticism, have crafted replicas and launched them along gentle slopes overlooking the Nile. In those fleeting seconds of flight, a gliding arc traced like a prayer through the air, the wooden bird seems to reclaim its primordial purpose, embodying both devotion and daring. Yet every experiment is tethered to interpretation. Skeptics insist that without propulsion, the Saqqara bird could never traverse more than a few shaky feet before gravity reclaimed it. They point to its lack of weight distribution, the absence of control surfaces, the missing evidence of launch apparatus. But perhaps their narrow vision overlooks a deeper truth: that this artifact was never meant to ferry flesh and bone, but to evoke the elemental soul of flight itself. It stands alongside other enigmatic creations: stone spheres whose origins elude explanation, vitrified forts whose walls were fused by unknown fires, testimonies to human curiosity that leaps ahead of recorded history. In each case, remnants of ancient ingenuity confront us like silent riddles, inviting a union of reverence and inquiry rather than cold dismissal. As eras passed, the bird traversed shifting tides of interpretation, moving from dusty storerooms to illuminated showcases. Each curator's footfall echoed along mahogany floors. Each scholar's breath stirred the quiet air as hypotheses were born and gently laid to rest. Through the 20th century, it became a fixture in out-of-place artifact catalogs, a talisman for those who sense concealed chapters in humanity's book of progress. Pilots, mystics, engineers, and poets have all paused before its display, feeling a kinship with its smooth wings and inscrutable gaze. The bird's journey through time mirrors our own collective odyssey, ever seeking forever questioning, never fully at rest. Beyond the realm of technical musings, the Saqqara bird resonates with metaphorical richness. It stands as an emblem of cultural ambition unbound by the practical constraints of survival, a testament to a civilization's willingness to dream beyond horizon and heavens. In its silent curves, we find reflections of our own aspirations, whispers that our capacity to imagine can outrun even the most sophisticated machinery. When darkness falls and stars ignite the desert sky, one can almost hear the bird's carved frame murmur of ancient craftsmen who paused in twilight workshops, chisels in hand, to contemplate the loftiest of ideals, that flesh might rise, if only in spirit, toward realms unseen. This artifact does not stand alone. Its mystery threads through a tapestry of global enigmas. The spiral glyphs on the Phaistos disk, the colossal heads of the Olmec, the submerged city of Dwarka hidden beneath Indian seas, earthworks cradled under Amazon canopies. Across continents and millennia, scattered clues suggest that human societies have, again and again, touched upon insights that defy linear chronologies. Each culture, in its own tongue and medium, recorded fleeting glimpses of phenomena that hover between material fact and metaphysical fancy. The Saqqara bird joins these voices as a soft, persistent echo, urging us to peer beyond the veil of certainty and to wonder what further secrets lie buried in the sands of time. In moments of quiet reflection, we might imagine the hands that carved those wooden wings, hands guided by a yearning to unite earthly artistry with celestial mechanics. Perhaps these artisans worked under candlelight, their hearts alight with conviction that the horizon could be redefined. Their legacy, embodied in a simple sylvan form, reminds us that progress often begins in the realm of the unseen, where hypotheses take flight in the imagination before ever touching the realms of hardware and schematics. From that nexus of faith and experiment, they gifted us a small vessel of thought and aspiration, a relic that transcends its physical dimensions to become a mirror of our own potential. And so the Saqqara bird remains an open invitation to all who wander through the corridors of mystery. It does not yield definitive answers, nor does it demand them. Instead, it offers a moment of stillness amid the flood of information, a chance to meditate on the interwoven tapestry of science, art, and spirit. As we stand before its silent form, we are reminded that the boundaries of human knowledge are not fixed lines, but fluid horizons, ever ready to shift with a whisper of curiosity. In its carved wooden smile, we glimpse the perennial promise that the act of questioning itself can carry us higher than any winged contraption, revealing vistas of understanding yet to be imagined. Beneath the emerald vault of the Amazon, where sunlight filters through ancient boughs and shadows dance among vines, lies a secret older than our written histories. For centuries, explorers and scholars regarded this vast kingdom of green as hostile to great civilizations, too wild, too rainy, too unforgiving. Yet satellite glimpses and whispered rumors have given way to a revelation that chills the mind with wonder. Hidden beneath the canopy, etched into the earth itself, are vast geometric earthworks, monumental shapes that defy every expectation of the pre-Columbian world. In the hush of the jungle, the land speaks in circles, squares, interlocking rings, and branching corridors, as if an ancient intelligence bent the forest floor to its design, and then vanished, leaving behind only whispers of its purpose. Those first inklings of a hidden realm emerged with grainy aerial photographs. Dark outlines and faint ridges betrayed unnatural form. Yet it was only when LiDAR technology swept its laser beams down through the leaf cover, measuring every tiny wobble, every subtle rise and fall, that the Amazon surrendered its secret diagrams. From the cockpit of a research plane, beams of light bounced back with ghostly precision, revealing an underground cityscape of raised embankments, trenches forming perfect angles, and circles spanning hundreds of meters. Each form pleaded for attention, as though some civilization had drawn sacred blueprints in the soil, and then walked away. Discovering these contours transformed scholars into wide-eyed children at play. They traced lines through satellite grids, pieced together networks of deforested clearings, and followed ancient trails that connected one earthwork to another. From the Rio Negro to the Mamoré, from Brazil's remote parks into the borderlands of Bolivia and Peru, these shapes emerged as if an invisible hand had inscribed a forgotten language across the rainforest. There were simple circles, humble in their perfection, and elaborate interlaced patterns that resembled celestial maps or labyrinths, silent echoes of gatherings where people must have assembled in the open air to perform rites known only to themselves. Yet for all our maps and LiDAR scans, the identity of these architects remains obscured. No shards of pottery or middens of discarded shells lie at the heart of these earthworks. The jungle reclaims every trace of habitation. Vines swallow wooden posts, and curious wildlife meanders across shallow ditches. What makes these discoveries so humbling is that human craft has proven more enduring here than our attempts to record it. The Earth remembers what we have forgotten. In this detective story writ large upon living terrain, each embankment is a clue, but the narrative remains tantalizingly incomplete. Walking among these turf walls is like stepping into a dream, where lines drawn by blind hands guide the imagination. One can almost see people standing in long rows of raised mounds, thundered gatherings in circular arenas intentionally aligned with the rising sun, or dusty pathways carved straight as an arrow toward distant neighbors. The scale of these works compels the mind to reckon with the social structures that made them possible. How did they organize tens, perhaps hundreds of people across years of labor? What shared conviction bound them to this earth, compelling them to reshape it in such deliberate form? Without metal tools, draft animals, or the wheel, they hauled tons of soil and packed earth tight. They leveled, they sculpted, they aligned. Their choices of elevation, on natural terra firm ridges above seasonal floodwaters, reveals a deep understanding of the rhythms of the rivers. Their raised platforms remained dry as the floodplain swelled, hinting that they built for ritual or assembly, not for defense. And the perfection of angles, corners precisely 90 degrees, curves executed with an almost architectural finesse, speaks to a knowledge of geometry that thrums with silent sophistication. Perhaps these arenas served as communal gathering places, theaters of ceremony, echo chambers of sacred sound, or focal points for rites of passage. Some scholars imagine vast feasts under the moon, drums pulsing in unison, voices echoing off the embankments, oracles reciting sacred names to summon ancestors. Others see the shapes as star maps etched on Earth, terrestrial reflections of celestial patterns, guides to sowing seasons, lunar ceremonies, or pilgrimages timed by the solstices. Still more view them as symbols of a cosmology, living metaphors of creation stories buried in soil rather than clay tablets. The very act of shaping the earth became a form of prayer, each spadeful of dirt a line in a hymn to the unseen forces that governed life in the humid wild. In this way, the earthworks emerge not as brute monuments, but as spiritual portals. They invite us to consider that ancient peoples did not erect structures to demonstrate power, but to harmonize with their world. The geometry may have been less an academic exercise than an intuitive expression of balance between river and forest, between animals and humans, between mortality and the vast cycles of life. Life amid these patterns likely revolved around the interplay of seasons. Hunters slipped through rainforest corridors to track tapirs, deer, and peccary. Fishers waded into flooded forests, nets glinting beneath water lilies. Yet agriculture anchored their world. Lakeside orchards of palms, groves of wild sweet potato, fields of manioc cultivated in fertile patches of terra preta. This dark earth stands as one of the Amazon's most astonishing inventions, a human-made soil richer than the surrounding clay, infused with charcoal, broken pottery, and organic waste, harnessing fire and decay to sustain successive harvests. By enriching the soil, they seeded an enduring legacy of cultivation in one of the world's most challenging environments. They must have shared seeds and techniques, passing down soil recipes from grandmother to granddaughter, father to son. Their knowledge of crop rotation and co-management with wild species hints at an ecological wisdom modern agriculture is only beginning to revisit. In a land where rainforest usually reclaims any patch of cleared soil within years, they mastered a form of stewardship that let them farm sustainably for centuries. Beneath the trees that now swallow their earthworks, they once sowed crops and harvested bounty, a testament to a subtle command of nature's rhythms. Across rivers and over ridges, the likeness of embankments speaks of networks of exchange rather than isolated enclaves. Trade routes likely threaded these sites, canoe highways linking distant communities, footpaths connecting embankments to quarries of stone or salt licks in the interior. Goods of clay figurines, feathers, shells, and dyes may have traversed these paths, carrying stories and songs as much as material wealth. In this mingling, spiritual and social currents crossed boundaries. Rituals born in one radius swelled into practices recognized by neighbors a day's paddle downstream. Those connections mirror the swirl of leaves on a river current, a tapestry of tribes and clans bound by kinship, language, and shared cosmology. And yet, despite this network, no grand empire ever rose to tear down the forests in a fit of conquest. There was no Rome to march legions through the leaf litter, no Inca to erect stone walls too large for these bow and arrow societies. Instead, a mosaic of communities wove their existence into the rainforest itself, shaping the earth gently, invisibly, and then letting it rest when the labor was complete. Today, as conservationists race to protect these places from deforestation and cattle ranches, time battles memory. Canopy rivers of green hide countless more earthworks awaiting rediscovery, but every bulldozer blade threatens to erase ancient lines forever. Scientific teams tread carefully, balancing curiosity with conservation. They rely on non-invasive tools, LiDAR surveys, drone imaging, GIS mapping, lest excavation destroy the subtle traces they seek. Yet interpretation remains speculative. Without written texts or clear artifact assemblages, researchers sift through these geometric signatures, guided by ethnographic parallels and regional folklore. Local indigenous communities offer a living bridge to the past. Elders recall stories of ancestral lands carved into patterns no map can hold. Shamans speak of sacred clearings that once thrummed with ritual energy. Their oral histories weave together personal memory and collective myth, evoking lost cities of the river's beginning. By integrating these voices into research, scholars gain context that no remote sensing technology could provide. Together they map not only earthworks, but also the rhythms of memory and tradition, forging a methodology that honors both scientific rigor and cultural stewardship. Across the globe, this revelation of a monumental Amazonian civilization unsettles our sense of history. We tend to imagine writers and scribes, stone palaces and vast libraries as the only vehicles of complexity. Yet here, complexity hides in green silence, inscribed not in ink, but in the very slopes of the ground. It suggests that human societies adapted to the wildest places on Earth by merging ingenuity with respect, rather than domination. The Amazon earthworks stand as a testament to unrecognized forms of civilization, woven into the tapestry of rivers and trees, flourishing for centuries without commanding the world's attention. Still, the gaps in our knowledge persist. Who precisely were these builders? Why did their villages vanish, leaving no trace of dwellings or burial grounds? Did climate shifts, disease, or social upheaval usher their decline, or did they disperse peacefully into smaller, mobile groups? Even more haunting is the question of why this remarkable chapter of human history lay hidden for so long. Why the world believed the rainforest barren of complexity until only a few decades ago. In this uncertainty resides both frustration and awe, the realization that our academic certainties can crumble when confronted by landscapes that refuse easy interpretation. The story of the Amazon earthworks invites us to reimagine the human saga in poetic terms. Here is evidence of people who embraced the forest floor as canvas, drawing on it sacred diagrams of purpose, community, and cosmic alignment. They rejoiced in the union of mind and land, sculpting embankments that echoed the circular cycles of sun and moon. They transformed infertile clay into fertile earth, embodying stewardship in every spadeful of charcoal-enriched soil. They wove trade and belief into networks beneath foliage, never claiming dominion, but constructing in harmony. As technology continues to refine our vision, AI algorithms detecting patterns invisible to the naked eye, drone swarms mapping remote regions, new chapters lie waiting in dark green folds. Protection of these sites becomes an act of remembrance, honoring both the ancient builders and the indigenous guardians who preserve knowledge in song and story. When legislation recognizes the shared heritage of humanity, when researchers and locals join in respectful collaboration, the Amazon yields not only its buried secrets, but also a lesson in coexistence. Ultimately, the earthworks beneath the Amazon beckon us to listen to the quiet voice of the past. They remind us that mystery does not diminish knowledge, but enriches it, that unanswered questions fuel the soul as much as facts satisfy the mind. Each ridge and plateau, carved by ancient hands, reminds us of the infinite forms human creativity can take. Forms that do not always demand the spotlight of stone columns or monumental statues, but find majesty in the subtle curvature of the land itself. In that realization, we glimpse a more expansive narrative of our species, one in which complexity flourished in the green silence, where civilization walked lightly upon the earth and left behind only the faintest of footprints, waiting for hearts receptive to wonder to awaken them at last. In the hush of centuries, when night's veil drapes the world in gentle shadow, we find ourselves drawn to an ancient parchment of clay that bears the weight of an entire civilization's reverence. This is the Sumerian King List, a document steeped in mystery, a chronicle that unfolds like a river of time, carrying us through epochs lodged at the edge of memory. Each line, inscribed in cuneiform's patient strokes, whispers of kings who ruled not for decades but for millennia, rulers whose reigns spanned tens of thousands of years, inviting us to question the very nature of history, time, and the liminal space between myth and reality. As we cradle this list in our thoughts, we sense its dual nature, at once a sacred ledger of sovereignty and an allegorical tapestry woven from cosmic threads. The clay tablets themselves were unearthed in the dust-laden temples and palaces of Nippur, Larsa, and other cradle cities of Mesopotamia. Here, amid buried ziggurats and silent libraries, excavators in the late 19th and early 20th centuries pried open windows into a world forgotten. With each piece they lifted, scholars deciphered the angular forms of cuneiform, gradually coaxing from them the names and numbers of kings whose reigns stretched beyond the horizons of mortal reckoning. It begins with a phrase often rendered in translation as, "when kingship descended from heaven," a poetic evocation of a power unshackled from earthly constraints. Imagined surfaces of clay record that Alulim, the first among the antediluvian rulers, reigned for 28,800 years, an amount of time so vast it dissolves our modern concepts of age. Alalangar follows, ruling 36,000 years, then Dumuzid the shepherd for 36,000 more. These figures, measured in units called sars, each equal to 3,600 years, shimmer like distant stars in a cosmic sky. They convey a world in which time itself seemed elastic, a realm where the divine orchestrated the human stage. Yet the King List doesn't linger forever in this celestial expanse. A great flood, remembered in the Epic of Gilgamesh and echoed in legends across continents, sweeps away the antediluvian kings. While deluge myths recur in cultures far removed from Sumer, this narrative pivot carries unique significance here. The flood acts as a cosmic reset, an erasure of an age so grand that its echoes could have shattered the fragile vessel of memory. After the waters recede, we encounter kings whose reigns, though still lengthy by our measure, fall into human scale, hundreds rather than thousands of years, before eventually succumbing to the rhythms of time we recognize today. In this transition lies an invitation to ponder the porous border between myth and history. Are these antediluvian reigns records of beings who truly walked the earth for ages beyond count? Or do they symbolize celestial cycles, encoded in mythic form to teach lessons about cosmic order? Perhaps they map astral constellations or mark the turning of cosmic wheels. The very idea that kingship itself, an institution usually bound by mortal lifespan, could be transfigured into a cosmic principle suggests that the Sumerians conceived of rulership not merely as political authority, but as a divine gift woven into the universe's fabric. As modern scholars examine these tablets, they approach with tools from archaeology, linguistics, anthropology, and comparative mythology. The painstaking work of translating cuneiform entailed recognizing wedge-shaped impressions, grouping them into signs, and matching those signs to Sumerian words. In this labor, each deciphered line became a portal to a world view where history flows in cycles, not in straight lines. The Sumerian King List thus emerges as more than a mere roll call of monarchs. It stands as a manifesto on cosmic time, a spiritual charter dictating how humanity perceives its place between heaven and earth. Around the same era, and perhaps inspired by similar impulses, ancient Egyptian priests recorded their pharaohs in long king lists carved into temple walls. In both civilizations, rulers were seen as divine or semi-divine figures, their authority ordained by gods whose favor could ensure fertility, justice, and cosmic balance. Yet the Sumerian tablets push further, projecting lifespans that dwarf those chronicled in the Nile Valley. When we encounter lists in the Hebrew Bible that speak of Methuselah's 969 years, or pommel genealogies stretching from Adam to Noah, we might glimpse an echo of this Mesopotamian cosmic imagination where longevity symbolizes spiritual lessons rather than literal age. Immersed in this vision, we hear the song of Shar, the Sumerian word for the 3,600-year cycle. This sacred measure appears again and again. Each king's term is an integer multiple of the Shar, as if their power is bound to rhythms beyond the solar year. In that rhythm, one can sense the ebb and flow of cosmic forces and the Sumerians' desire to harmonize earthly rule with celestial order. These cycles might have aligned with planetary congregations, star patterns, or seasonal festivals. The kings thus become avatars, their reigns resonating with the heartbeat of the universe. Even today, the king list resonates in fields as diverse as archaeoastronomy, where researchers seek alignments between ancient monuments and solar or lunar movements, and in mystical philosophies that view time as a spiral rather than a line. Modern interpreters, from medieval scribes copying tablet fragments to New Age authors speculating on lost golden ages, have repeatedly looked to these names, finding in them proof of a wisdom that transcends recorded history. They imagine a world where humankind once lived in greater harmony with the divine, where rulers tapped into cosmic knowledge and guided their people in accordance with heavenly mandates. Yet for every poetic interpretation, skeptics offer caution. They remind us that myth often serves political purposes. By depicting early dynasties with near-eternal reigns, Sumerian scribes may have legitimized contemporary rulers, suggesting an unbroken divine lineage stretching back to a sacred dawn. In this reading, the fantastic numbers become a rhetorical device, a way to assert that kingship was no mere accident of birth, but rather a gift bestowed by An or Enlil, the great gods of the pantheon. Thus, history and propaganda intertwine, spinning a narrative that survives in clay long after empires have collapsed and languages have fallen silent. We can almost hear the font of divine decree in the words attributed to the flood survivor Utnapishtim. Raise a hand, spare the living, let not their days be as of old. The plea hints at an awareness that the cosmos itself could grow weary, that an age of peace and long-lived rulers might give way to a harsher reality. After the deluge, the post-diluvian kings rule for more modest spans, hundreds of years, then centuries, then mere decades. Humanity, it seems, grows more mortal, the veil between God and man less transparent. The king list thus tracks not only a lineage of rulers, but also the diminishing of the divine spark within human time. Cultural context seeps through every clause. In Sumerian society, kingship was the cornerstone of order. Enshrined in temple hymns, drama, and law codes, the monarch functioned as the steward of justice, the keeper of the cosmic balance. The king list complements these texts, providing a backdrop, a celestial prologue to legal decrees and ritual recitations. Each name inscribed in clay becomes part of a liturgy, a verse in a poem that asserts, "Behold the will of the gods, carried forth through chosen rulers." And yet the list remains tantalizingly incomplete. Fragments of tablets show discrepancies in reign lengths, missing names, or conflicting dynastic sequences. As if the ancient scribes recognized that memory was fickle, they left room for reinterpretation. Over centuries, they recopied and amended the list, sometimes adding kings, sometimes altering numbers. In the hands of each scribe, the document became a living text, its layers of redaction reflecting the shifting beliefs and politics of Mesopotamia. Beyond these tablets lie tangible clues to the literal kings. Archaeologists have uncovered palace foundations and royal tombs in Uruk, Ur, and other once mighty cities. They have found votive inscriptions bearing the names of known rulers, some of whom appear in the king list's later sections. However, none of these joints the antediluvian names, whose existences remain possible only in clay and dream. The archaeological record speaks in fragments, urging us to tread carefully between the sensuous allure of myth and the sober demands of evidence. In tracing whispers of these ancient names across texts, we glimpse a shared impulse that unites diverse cultures. The Mahabharata speaks of Dvapara and Treta Yugas, vast ages spanning hundreds of thousands of years. Biblical genealogies extend lifespans beyond modern comprehension. Greek myth tells of ages of gold, silver, and bronze, each distinguished by different moral qualities and lifetime spans. These parallel visions hint at a time when humanity felt connected to cosmic rhythms, when centuries were thin blades slicing through eternity rather than mere measures of human breath. Indeed, the King list invites us to reimagine our own chronologies. What if human history is not a straight arrow, but a spiral of recurring themes? What if cycles of rise and decline, of enlightenment and ignorance, span far greater intervals than we now admit? Could there have been epochs when cities predated agriculture, when art, astronomy, and architecture flourished under rulers whose names we might never know? The shards of clay hold fragments of such possibilities, silent artifacts of an age that our scientific frameworks struggle to accommodate. As night deepens, the kings emerge in oniric procession. Alulim and Alalangar pass under stellar canopies, carried by chariots of light. The flood arrives with its own dark brilliance, reshaping earth and memory. Then kings like Etana, who journeyed to heaven and consolidated all the foreign countries, stride across our imagination, hints of heroes who bridged mortal and divine realms. Later, figures such as Gilgamesh, half mortal, half divine, step into focus, his epic quest for immortality echoing the very question this list poses: how long may a human soul endure? In the end, the Sumerian king list stands as an invitation to suspend our disbelief, to listen to time's deeper rhythms, and to consider that history may contain harmonies we have yet to decode. It bridges scholarship and speculation, archaeology and metaphysics, fact and folklore. With each line, we travel across ages both luminous and shadowed, where gods and men dance upon the same stage. And as we lay the final tablet beside its companions, we sense that the story remains unfinished, beckoning future seekers to peer once more into the silent clay, hoping to hear the faint echo of an ancient reign that defies our chronometers and transcends our days. Beneath a sky heavy with silence, we wander into the rolling highlands where time drapes each stone in dew-damp mystery. Here the vitrified forts stand as silent sentinels, their walls gleaming with glass-like seams that catch the dawn's nascent light. No inscriptions mark these ramparts. No chronicled architects have stepped forward. Only the hush of peat bogs and the breath of distant lochs. In this place, the boundary between history and legend softens, and every jagged fragment of fused rock seems to hum with questions that echo through centuries. We begin our pilgrimage through mist and memory, tracing the silhouettes of ramparts against the sky, listening for the faint resonance of human ambition woven into Scotland's ancient soil. To speak of vitrification is to invoke the alchemy of fire and stone. In the crucible of these forts, sandstone and schist surrendered to intense heat, temperatures exceeding 1,000 degrees Celsius, transforming rough blocks into lustrous, glass-like surfaces. In the modern laboratory, such feats demand sophisticated kilns and precise fuel control. In the Iron Age, such precision whispers of lost techniques or spontaneous conflagrations shaped by natural forces. As Heraclitus declared, fire is the father of all things, and here we feel that primal force contorted by human will, or perhaps by cosmic design, to render stone molten and recoalesce it into walls of otherworldly luster. To contemplate this process is to glimpse the shadow of an ancient craft that blurred the line between technology and ritual. Yet these forts are not solitary wonders. They form a scattered constellation across Scotland's silhouette, with echoes across Ireland and hints upon continental shores. From promontory sites where North Sea winds howl to crag-topped hills above glacial valleys, each location carries its own riddles. Radiocarbon assays place many ramparts between the late Bronze Age and the dawn of the Iron Age, an era of shifting alliances, emergent metallurgy, and changing climate patterns. Though most rise on defensive hilltops, some occupy gentle slopes as if chosen for ceremonial display rather than martial advantage. The distribution suggests a shared knowledge or ritual ethos, a memory passed across generations and geographies, now dissolved in the soft spray of time. How did ancient hands marshal such power over fire and stone? Some scholars propose massive wood pyres, carefully constructed to sustain blistering heat over weeks. Others imagine controlled wildfires, stoked by peat and driftwood in valleys resonant with dry winds. A more esoteric theory whispers of celestial interventions, meteor showers igniting local forests, or tremors along fault lines unleashing subterranean heat. Each hypothesis stretches credulity and, in its stretch, invites awe. Whether coaxed by human ingenuity or catalyzed by nature's hidden forces, the vitrification process stands as testament to an intimate dialogue between people and their landscape, a conversation couched in flame, smoke, and molten stone. Archaeologists, like quiet detectives, have gathered fragments of pottery and simple iron tools from these sites, each shard a clue to daily rituals now lost. Geochemical analyses reveal complex layering of silica and feldspar, suggesting multiple heating episodes rather than a single conflagration. Carbon-14. Dating yields overlapping centuries, hinting that some forts were reforged or renewed, burned and vitrified again, perhaps as part of cyclical ceremonies or in response to successive conflicts. Every sample deepens our wonder and reminds us how much remains concealed: the precise ratios of timber and stone, the spatial geometry of pyres, and the rituals that may have intertwined with these grand acts of transformation. What purpose did these glowing walls serve? Defensively, they would have shown an eerie warning to approaching foes, their fused seams reflecting torchlight like stitched veins of glowing embers. Yet in practical tests, vitrified ramparts proved brittle under assault. A curious choice if war alone drove their creation. A different logic may lie in ceremony. The act of vitrification as a ritual of renewal, a cosmic mirror reflecting the soul's passage through fire. In alchemical traditions, fire refines and elevates, and perhaps these forts were more temple than fortress, loci where communities transcended the physical realm, seeking union with ancestral spirits or celestial powers. Central to the mystery remains the source of sustained heat. Experiments have shown that ordinary pit burns seldom exceed the necessary temperatures without meticulous layering and constant fuel. One recent experimental archaeology team spent weeks building peat and timber scaffolds to replicate conditions, only to produce patchy vitrification. The scarcity of fuel in remote sites compounds the puzzle. How did ancient builders transport sufficient wood up steep slopes? Some propose that an organized caravan of forest resources, drawn from miles around, supported communal ceremonies of remarkable scale. Others turn to folklore, suggesting that elemental forces, earth spirits or piskies, might have kindled the fires in unseen collaboration with human hands. Interwoven with practical purpose, these ramparts carry deep cultural resonance. In Celtic symbolism, stone embodies endurance and memory, while fire symbolizes transformation and celestial energy. A vitrified wall, therefore, could have functioned as a talisman, anchoring a clan's identity in the intertwined planes of earth and sky. The gleaming surfaces might have reflected the flicker of torches during midnight gatherings, illuminating ritual dances that knit the community into the natural world. In this light, each fort emerges as a conscious act of myth-making, an edifice designed to project power in the material realm and to cradle the communal spirit in the realm beyond. Scotland's oral traditions ripple with legends of giants who hurled stones and of deities who walked the hills in disguise. One old Gaelic proverb declares, "The stones have ears, if only we could learn their language." Local folktales tell of a smith god who taught mortals the secret of fusion, while others speak of a serpent spirit slithering beneath the ramparts, leaving behind trails of fire. These narratives do not mock the burned stones, but revere them as portals to hidden worlds. In the flicker of twilight, villagers once gathered to share these tales, weaving together history and myth so that the vitrified walls became, in their minds, living pages of a cosmic manuscript. Across continents and epochs, parallel marvels arise. Inca quarry sites where stones fit so precisely they require no mortar. Hittite ruins where rock surfaces bear signs of heat alteration. And even Bronze Age sites in Anatolia hinting at early glassmaking. These dispersed phenomena fuel speculation about cross-cultural exchange or a synchronous awakening of fire-based craft in distant lands. Perhaps there was an unspoken communion of builders who, though separated by mountains and seas, sensed a shared destiny in forging stone with flame, a hidden web that once connected the Earth's fringes in a silent covenant of transformation. Modern science, in its quest for clarity, employs radiocarbon dating, isotopic fingerprinting, and scanning electron microscopy to decipher the fort's secrets. Each new finding reveals intricate microstructures within vitrified layers, bubbles trapped like fossilized breath, mineral traces from diverse origins, and thermal gradients etched into every glint. Yet each revelation seems to multiply our questions. Why did some forts undergo repeated burning, while others bear only a single vitrified stratum? What determined the choice of elevation or orientation? Such complexity reminds us that empirical methods can illuminate form, and chronology, but may never fully capture the intentions or beliefs of those who first lit the fires. Critics argue for more prosaic explanations: accidental brush fires, primitive attempts at smelting ores, or even medieval metallurgical experiments gone awry. They remind us that human history is full of chance discoveries and unintended consequences. But while skepticism guards against romanticism, it must not extinguish curiosity. For within these heated walls there lies, at minimum, a convergence of geological happenstance and human agency so profound that it demands narrative as much as measurement. To merge skeptical rigor with open-hearted wonder is to honor both the researcher's craft and the ancestral dream etched in stone. Among the most striking sights is Dún mac Sníochán in Argyll, its summit crowned with vitrified ramparts that still catch the morning light like smoldering embers. On Aberdeenshire's Tap o' Noth, 9 acres of hilltop fortress display walls whose fused layers ripple with ancient craftsmanship. Here one feels the pulse of generations, lookouts scanning distant horizons, ceremonies played out under a sky thick with stars, and the hush of peat bogs swallowing the footprints of pilgrims. Environmental shifts, wet springs, colder winters, the slow advance of forest into grassland would have shaped daily life and influenced when and why these people chose to build, burn, and rebuild. In our modern age, architects find inspiration in these burnt ramparts, exploring methods to meld stone and sustainable materials in structures that honor heritage and environment. Conservationists rally to protect these sites from erosion, vandalism, and encroaching development, framing vitrified forts as universal treasures rather than local curiosities. Digital reconstructions and virtual reality experiences invite global audiences to wander ramparts, otherwise accessible only to the most intrepid travelers. In literature and film, these forts evoke scenes of heroic quests, elemental magic, and lost civilizations, feeding the imagination even as scholarship seeks sobriety. Yet preservation itself faces a paradox. To safeguard these fragile stones, we must sometimes intervene with modern mortars or shelters, altering the very surfaces that record ancient flames. Careful stewardship demands collaboration among archaeologists, conservators, indigenous communities, and policymakers, each voice guiding the balance between restoration and authenticity. Educational programs foster local stewardship, turning villagers into guardians who share the fort's stories with visitors and ensure that these spectral ramparts endure not only in stone, but in collective memory. In the hush of dawn, as mist drifts from peat moors and ravens wheel above ruined walls, the vitrified forts whisper their lessons. They speak of transformation wrought by fire and embers, reminders that every human craft carries the power to reshape matter and mind. Like the Celtic Philid, who composed verse in honor of the spirits of hill and stream, their creators consecrated landscape with ritual conflagration, forging not only walls but communal identity. In this way, the forts stand between mystery and revelation, thresholds where we glimpse ancestral ingenuity and confront the limits of our understanding. Across the world, scholars and dreamers convene to untangle these riddles, joining hands in seminars, digital forums, and field expeditions. In sharing data and stories, they weave a tapestry that spans time zones and disciplines. Yet no matter how sophisticated our methods, the forts retain their core enigma, a silent challenge to accept that some questions may forever echo unanswered. As we leave the ramparts behind, our footsteps fading into heather and stone, we carry a quiet reverence in our hearts, an awareness that the past lives on in vitrified walls, gleaming reminders that human spirit and elemental forces can coalesce to birth wonders beyond our reckoning. Under a sky where distant stars whisper silent tales, we trace the echo of a name that once cleaved the world in two: Alexander, son of Philip, heir to Zeus, and wanderer between the realms of man and myth. Born amid the rugged hills of Macedonia, he carried in his heart the promise of boundless horizons, his eyes set on lands that slept beneath unknown constellations. From the moment he galloped into history, his story unfolded like an ancient scroll, inked in triumphs and wanderings, weaving threads of ambition into the tapestry of time. Yet, just as suddenly as his conquests spanned continents, the path to his final rest veiled itself in shadows, leaving a riddle that has beckoned pilgrims, poets, and dreamers ever since. When fever claimed him in Babylon in 323 BCE, the fragile thread of his mortal life unraveled beneath the desert sun. His generals, bereft of purpose, cradled his body within a golden sarcophagus whose brilliance seemed to rival the noonday sun. This magnificent vessel, intended for burial in his ancestral homeland, was diverted when Ptolemy, a loyal companion turned sovereign of Egypt, seized the precious burden. He steered the cortege westward, across the sands where the Nile flows like a silken ribbon, until the procession arrived at a nascent city on the Mediterranean shore. Alexandria, destined to become the heartbeat of the ancient world. As Alexandria's wide avenues filled with merchants, scholars, and sailors, a grand mausoleum rose to enshrine the conqueror's remains. They called it the Soma, a name that hummed with sacred resonance as if the tomb itself were a living echo of divinity. Under pillared colonnades, incense curled through the air, and visitors from every corner of the Hellenistic realm came to pay homage. Julius Caesar knelt in silent awe. Augustus, cloaked in the authority of a new age, paused his triumphs to honor the spectral king. Inscriptions and guidebooks spread across empires, promising seekers a glimpse of a sarcophagus so splendid that its gilded contours seemed to blur the lines between earth and sky. Yet the passage of centuries is a patient thief. The glowing outlines of the Soma receded into murk and memory. Strabo, Pausanias, and other early chroniclers penned affectionate sketches of its architecture, melding Greek columns with papyrus capitals in a harmony fitting Alexander's dual legacy. They spoke of chambers lined with alabaster and doors braced with bronze. They recounted the hushed reverence of visiting pilgrims who gazed upon a relic of a life both mortal and celestial. Still, their pen met parchment in different cities under varied lights, and each account bore the subtle mark of human interpretation. Some scholars suspect transcription errors, others see local pride coloring the text. Thus, the threads of description frayed, leaving us with glimpses rather than a clear portrait of the elusive tomb. Time's erosive hand came in many guises. Earthquakes rumbled beneath the city's foundations, heaving ancient stones like restless beasts. Tsunamis whispered across the bay, reclaiming plazas and quays in a moment's breath. Successive screens of conquest, Roman, Byzantine, Arab, recast the city's visage with every new dynasty. Crusaders marched through dusty lanes, and Ottoman governors redrew maps without knowing or caring for the whispers of that golden sarcophagus. Alexandria, like a living palimpsest, layered one civilization upon another, burying chambers and corridors beneath silken carpets of memory. Beneath modern thoroughfares and bustling markets, the Soma slipped deeper into its subterranean refuge, awaiting rediscovery. In the dim glow of late-night fireside tales, poets and mystics spun new threads around the tomb's legend. They whispered of watchful spirits guarding unplundered treasure, of corridors that sang if a certain melody of ancient Aeolian lyres was played at midnight. They spoke of a sarcophagus that radiated a subtle heat, as though it brimmed with the life force of an undying king. These stories embroidered the sober facts with threads of reverie, infusing the tomb with an aura that transcended geometry and stone. To some, the missing tomb became less an archaeological quest than a spiritual pilgrimage, a mirror reflecting humanity's yearning for heroes who straddle the boundaries between mortality and the divine. Across generations, theories about the tomb's exact resting place multiplied like stars in the desert sky. In one vision, it slumbered beneath the modern city center, entombed beneath layers of asphalt and apartment blocks. Ground-penetrating radar teams dreamt of mapping its hidden chambers, but found only the tangled strata of centuries. In another, the sarcophagus had been discreetly moved as Alexandria's security unraveled in times of upheaval, perhaps to the oasis of Siwa, where Alexander once sought the oracle's counsel, or even east into the desert sands beyond Memphis. A more audacious suggestion spoke of secret removal by later rulers who coveted the prestige of possessing his remains, vanishing them into remote monastic caves or the vaults of unknown forts along the Nile. Modern archaeologists have confronted these theories with tools Alexander himself could not have imagined. Submersible cameras skim across silt-laden canals. Magnetometers and ground-penetrating radar ripple beneath city streets, charting unseen voids. Digital reconstructions reweave the shifting contours of Alexandria's shoreline. Yet every discovery of a column base or fragmentary wall only deepens the puzzle. Could these scattered shards belong to the veranda of the Soma, or to another temple altogether? Permissions and politics often slow excavation projects, and the delicate balance between preserving a living city and uncovering its buried past can feel like walking a razor's edge. Still, each sensor reading and each soil sample promises a whisper of revelation, sparking new hope in laboratories and lecture halls. But perhaps the tomb's vanishing act was never entirely accidental. Throughout history, custodians of power have wielded information as deftly as swords. A pharaoh or caliph who controlled the tomb's location held a potent symbol of legitimacy, an unspoken claim on Alexander's mantle. Defenders of the sanctity of the Soma might have concealed its position to deter looters, or to shield its potent aura from those deemed unworthy. In an age when relics could bestow talismanic potency, the very act of hiding the tomb became both protective ritual and political stratagem. If secrecy preserved its sanctity, it also wove fresh layers into the labyrinth of speculation. Beyond its glittering exterior, the tomb carried cultural and religious resonance. Alexander embraced a hybrid identity: Macedonian prince, pharaoh of Egypt, and living god to those he conquered. His tomb, in theory, would stand at the crossroads of Greek hero cults and Egyptian mortuary rites, an altar where divergent traditions converged. Medieval Christians, and later Sufi poets, contemplated him as a Christ-like figure, a mortal chosen by divinity. In the dim spaces of catacombs and in the lofty heights of libraries, mystical treatises equated his journey with the soul's ascent beyond the veil of death. The missing sarcophagus became a symbol of transformation, an invitation to meditate on the liminal space between life and eternity. Textual fragments preserved by scribes and monks across empires kept the mystery alive. Pilgrim diaries painted vivid pictures, footsteps echoing on mosaic floors, sacred oil lamps guttering in silent halls, the faint gleam of gilding under lamplight. Ancient guidebooks described ritual offerings left by supplicants, garlands of jasmine, scrolls inscribed with prayers in Greek, Coptic, and Aramaic. But these manuscripts, like the tomb itself, dwindled over time. Some were consumed by candle flames in monastic scriptoria, others stolen and scattered in private collections. What remained was a constellation of references whose stars refused to align into a single map. Local folklore wove fresh dimensions into the enigma, carrying fragments of memory down through the centuries. Fishermen along the western harbor spoke of submerged corridors glimpsed at low tide. Farmers in the desert claimed an old hermit knew a secret phrase to unlock a hidden door in the hills outside the city. Beneath the palm groves, elders recited poems in hushed tones, as if uttering a forbidden incantation. In each telling, the missing tomb shimmered like a mirage, tangible and tantalizing, always receding as one drew near. Academic debates only thickened the air. Egyptologists championed stratigraphic rigor, demanding test pits and ceramic analysis. Historians pointed to classical texts, searching for cross-referenced place names. Geologists studied the shifting Nile Delta to predict coastal retreat over 2 millennia. Fringe theorists spoke of supernatural warding spells. As each discipline extended its lens, the tomb's allure refracted into multiple visions. Conferences became forums for collaborative speculation, yet rarely yielded consensus. Instead, they affirmed the tomb's power to gather and disperse human curiosity alike. Efforts to excavate Alexandria's hidden past have achieved modest triumphs, unearthing remnants of palaces, colonnaded cerulean halls, even submerged sphinxes clasped in seaweed. Yet the Soma remains untouched. Every test trench seems to skirt its true heart, while layers of modern construction stand as silent sentinels against deep digging. Archaeologists have learned patience beneath the city's humming streets, using micro-excavations and remote sensing to tease out the outlines of history without unmaking the fabric of contemporary life. Meanwhile, the tomb's mythic allure spills across novel pages, silver screens, and digital realms. Fiction writers imagine intrepid explorers brushing aside hidden stones only to find an inner sanctum gleaming with hieroglyphs yet unread. Moviegoers thrill to chase through underground catacombs, quivers of torchlight revealing lost treasures and booby-trapped corridors. Video games turn the quest into an interactive meditation on discovery and loss. Though these stories bend facts for dramatic effect, they also keep alive the sense that somewhere beneath the hum of modern traffic, a secret sleeps. Today's expeditions blend time-tested methods with fresh ingenuity. Interdisciplinary teams, from geophysicists to cultural anthropologists, pool their insights. Citizen science initiatives invite local enthusiasts to catalog pottery sherds. Digital humanities projects reconstruct fragmented texts alongside virtual maps of the ancient city. Drones hover above coastal ruins, while deep-water robots probe submerged streets. In these collaborations, the search for Alexander's tomb resembles a slow, rising chant, each voice adding new harmonics to the timeless question, "Where have you gone, O Golden King?" Silhouettes of historical figures drift through this continuing drama. Ptolemy, who first cradled the conqueror's body, cast the die for centuries to come. Cleopatra, descending from his line, may have tended Prince Alexander's cult alongside her own regal cults. Julius Caesar and Augustus linger in ancient letters as respectful visitors, their footsteps ghosting along the Soma's porticos. Later, Crusader knights may have glimpsed columns before the dawn. Each transient ruler touched the site, but left it more enigmatic than before, adding their own shadows to the tomb's ever-deepening well. The reverberations of the tomb's disappearance extend far beyond its own enigma. Egyptology took flight under its influence, drawing scholars into the Ptolemaic Age, a crucible of Greek-Egyptian fusion. Historians of religion found in Alexander's cult rich soil for exploring syncretism and the evolution of hero worship. The search has spurred advances in remote sensing, underwater archaeology, and textual forensics, tools that illuminate other lost places and peoples as well. If one day the Soma should yield its secret, the implications would ripple across fields. A recovered sarcophagus might bear inscriptions revealing personal confessions or lost letters of Alexander himself. Burial offerings could shed light on cross-cultural rituals. Artifacts might recalibrate our understanding of Hellenistic craftsmanship, commerce, and devotion. Such a find would redraw the contours of ancient history, offering fresh lenses through which to view the interplay of empire, faith, and memory. In this quest, the tomb of Alexander stands alongside other vanished wonders, the walls of Troy receding beneath Trojan sands, the legend-drenched Isle of Atlantis lost beneath the waves, the vitrified forts of Scotland fused by inexplicable fires. Each holds its own magnetism, yet all partake of the same yearning, the desire to touch the vanished, to speak with ancestors whose voices were silenced by time's inexorable hush. Colonial chapters in the tomb's story remind us how power can shape curiosity. 19th century expeditions, sponsored by European empires, often overlooked local traditions, favoring Western narratives of progress. Today, a decolonizing impulse strives to restore Egyptian voices to the dialogue, weaving indigenous memories, oral histories, and community stewardship into the larger tapestry of exploration. In doing so, the search for Alexander's resting place becomes not only an archaeological endeavor, but a journey of intercultural reconciliation. For esoteric seekers, the Soma pulsates as an epicenter of hidden energies, a nodal point on imagined ley lines that stitch together sacred sites across continents. Modern mystics speak of the tomb as a gateway for soul journeys, an axis mundi linking Earth to the cosmic realms. Tarot readers, alchemists, and dream guides invoke Alexander's spirit in rituals of transformation, believing that communion with the tomb's essence can unlock deeper layers of consciousness. Amidst these myriad pursuits, efforts to preserve Alexandria's living heritage press onward. UNESCO safeguards neighborhoods where the old stones lie buried, while community groups curate small museums to showcase everyday artifacts. Restoration of crumbling synagogues, mosques, and churches reflects a commitment to the city's multicultural soul, one shaped as much by Hellenistic builders as by later peoples who made Alexandria their home. Looking ahead, the future of research glimmers with possibility. LiDAR drones may reveal hidden foundations interlaced with the city's modern grid. AI-driven text analysis could reconstruct fragmented papyrus columns that once described the Soma's rituals. Quantum gravimeters might sense subterranean cavities from the surface. Collaborative platforms will unite remote teams in real time, mapping discoveries as they unfold. In that horizon of technique and imagination, hopes persist that the tomb will emerge from its slumber. Even if the Soma remains forever hidden, its story endures as a testament to humanity's restless search for meaning. Each generation feels the pull of Alexander's vanished chamber. an emblem of vanished glory and unvanquished curiosity. In the hush before dawn, when the world holds its breath, we remember that some mysteries transcend empirical proof. They live instead in the space between memory and longing, where we measure our own passage through time by the silent footprints of those who came before. Thus, as night deepens and wind stirs across the Mediterranean shore, we breathe in the quiet mystery of the missing tomb. In that stillness, Alexander's voice returns, a soft murmur beckoning us onward, urging us to weave new stories amidst the ruins and to listen intently for the gentle footfall of history's greatest wanderer, still journeying toward a home we have yet to find. Carved into the rolling green slopes of southern England, the Uffington White Horse rises from the earth in a ripple of chalked mystery. For more than 3 millennia, its sinuous form has glowed against the grass, a silent presence invoking wonder in those who cross the Ridgeway's ancient path. It shimmers by day, a spectral steed etched into the hill's steep flank, and at dusk it assumes an otherworldly glow as the last light lingers on its chalky curves. No parchment of history recounts its creation. No inscription names the artist or consecrates its purpose. Instead, it stands open to the sky, an invitation for the curious mind to wander through time. We imagine the first hands that scraped away turf, laying bare the bright whiteness beneath, and feel a quiet reverence for the unknown. Here, where land and sky meet, the horse becomes a mirror for each generation's longings, a canvas on which human imagination writes anew. Beneath its elongated body and poised head lies a geological secret, a chalk substratum dating to the Cretaceous period, a canvas of pure white that centuries of weather and earth have failed to erase. This hillside near Uffington sits at an intersection of crag and pasture, where the strip of chalk glints like a beacon across the Berkshire Downs. Walkers on the Ridgeway have marveled at its form for centuries, perhaps guided by its brilliance on misty mornings or warmed by its reflection when sunlight springs through clouds. The choice of location, an elevated escarpment offering views to the horizon's edge, speaks of intent. The chalk's steadiness guarded the horse's shape through the ages, while its brightness summoned attention from travelers, traders, and tribes. Perhaps this glowing sign served as a meeting point or a map marking tribal lands, each hoofprint carved in chalk echoing promises of passage and protection. When archaeologists first turned their trenches toward the horse's outline, radiocarbon tests placed its creation around the turn of the first millennium BCE, in the turbulent transition between Bronze Age and Iron Age. This era, alive with the turn of seasons and the dance of clans, bore witness to shifting rituals and new social orders. Evidence suggests that local communities, perhaps Celtic tribes with deep reverence for horses, scrubbed and renewed the figure in cycles of ritual scouring. Some link the horse to Epona, the horse goddess beloved by Celts and Romans alike, protector of steeds and symbol of fertility. Others view it as a territorial emblem, declaring dominion over this stretch of land where tracks converge. Yet all theories remain tinted by the fog of lost time, for no carved ledger or varnished tablet reveals the minds behind the chalk. Instead, the White Horse offers its simplicity as a vessel for many meanings, each interpretation carrying the weight of human yearning to connect with forces unseen. Stroll beneath its enormous outline at twilight, and you might sense more than artistry. Some say the horse was a portal of the sacred, a silent witness to ceremonies where smoke curled upward in fragrant spirals and drums pulsed through the air. In those gatherings, the chalked equine may have been perceived as animate, a venerable power animal bridging realms of mortal and divine. Through ritual offerings, perhaps gifts of grain or libations of ale, participants sought blessings for the land, beseeching abundant harvests and protection from unseen perils. To stand within its white embrace during such rites would have felt like stepping beyond ordinary time, carried by hoofbeats echoing in dreams. The simplicity of the horse's form, its elegantly curved neck and stylized legs, hints at shamanic abstraction, a shape distilled to its essence, more spell than the sculpture, inviting the mind toward contemplation and communion. Modern fieldwork has illuminated fragments of this hidden world. Beneath layers of chalk, archaeologists have uncovered traces of wooden stakes and iron tools used in scouring rituals, as well as remnants of Iron Age enclosures and Roman ditches nearby. Charcoal fragments mingled with chalk flakes in the soil point to fires kindled in reverence, their smoke perhaps carrying prayers to ancient gods. Nearby barrows and burial mounds speak of communities honoring their dead in the horse's shadow, weaving together lives lived on these slopes. Yet despite these findings, the narrative remains incomplete. There are no written chronicles to bind these clues into one coherent story. Instead, every spade's turn uncovers fresh questions: a broken pottery shard suggesting feast, a groove in the earth hinting at processional roots. The horse's chalky lines remain the loudest testimony of all, shimmering across the hillside like a living text inviting the reader's wonder. The artistic power of the Uffington White Horse rests in its elegant economy of line. Where some ancient images strive for likeness, this horse embraces abstraction. A few sweeping strokes conjure motion, vitality, and presence. Its head bows as if grazing, its tail tossed in a wind we do not see. Grass green as emerald contrasts sharply with chalk white as moonlight, forging a palette both stark and harmonious. This minimalist aesthetic resonates through centuries of Celtic art, where spirals and geometric motifs distilled life's mysteries into symbols. Today's artists and poets continue to draw from this archetype, seeing in the chalk horse inspiration for fluidity of form and freedom of spirit. Its silhouette endures through creative reinventions, etched in paint, written in verse, cast in other media, an eternal muse whispering that art need not mirror reality to capture its heartbeat. Across oceans, the Uffington horse finds kindred spirits in the great geoglyphs of the world. In Peru's Nazca Desert, lines of stylized animals stretch across an arid plain, visible only from heights unknown to their makers. In the villages of chalk country, other giants emerge. The Cairn Abbas giant storming a hillside with raised club, the long man of Wilmington seeming to hold twin staves against the sky. All share the impulse to etch symbol and story into the earth itself, to fuse human imagination with landscape. Why did distant cultures, with no contact, carve such colossal images? Perhaps the need to name the land, imbue it with identity, feels primal. Perhaps these giants functioned as sacred markers, portals for ritual or declarations of belonging. The Uffington horse stands among these silent sentinels, part of a universal choreography of stone and soil, each a testament to humankind's desire to make the earth speak. Each few decades, the people of Uffington and neighboring villages gather to scour the horse, stripping away encroaching grass to reveal the chalk beneath. Described in medieval accounts, this tradition blends work and celebration, as families and friends pull turf and brush chalk, their laughter echoing under open skies. Children learn the hymns of scouring, songs passed down through generations, while elders recount tales of why the horse must never fade. In recent years, archaeologists and conservationists have joined the villagers, blending scientific precision with time-honored ritual. They map the outline with GPS, apply protective measures against erosion, and share the hillside's lore with volunteers. Yet the heart of scouring remains communal, a coming together to renew not only a chalk image, but the bonds between past and present, earth and people. When the first light of midsummer dawn spills over the downs, it sometimes catches the horse in a moment of uncanny alignment. Scholars of archaeoastronomy have studied whether its orientation marks solstice risings or lunar standstills, wondering if ancient watchers timed their ceremonies to celestial rhythms. Although definitive alignments prove elusive, the notion that the horse functioned as a cosmic calendar stirs the imagination. Imagine an Iron Age circle gathering to note sunrise on the longest day, the horse's white flank glowing against the east. Or picture moonlit processions winding along its outline as silver beams danced upon chalk, footsteps echoing quietly in the night. In such visions, the horse becomes a bridge between Earth's cycles and sky's motions, an emblem of harmony between human ritual and cosmic order. Veils of pagan belief may cloak the horse in divine reverence. In pre-Christian Britain, horses symbolized sovereignty, movement, and life-giving power. To carve this equine spirit into the hillside could have embodied a prayer to Epona, or local deities of fertility and protection. Riding between worlds, the horse was thought to carry prayers and souls, linking mortal lives with other realms. Even when Rome's legions entered Britain, they carried Epona's shrines with them, blending local and imperial cults. Perhaps these strangers too paused before the chalk horse, acknowledging its potency. Now, as we stand upon the same ridge, the wind divining its ancient tongue, we may sense echoes of those offerings, whispers of devotion carved in chalk, as fresh as footprints in dew. The hillside has its share of legends. One tells of a giant dragon slain by a valiant warrior, its contorted body left as the white horse, a tribute to courage over chaos. Another credits Boudica, England's fabled warrior queen, whose fiery spirit galloped across the land, leaving a chalk testament to freedom. Some weave ties to St. George and his dragon, suggesting that Christian valor superseded older myths. These tales, spun by traveling bards and local storytellers, have clothed the horse in layers of myth, none quite binding but each alluring. Through the centuries, poets and villagers have enriched the horse's tale, breathing life into an otherwise silent shape. In every telling, the chalk horse gallops anew, its meaning shifting like shadows on the downs at twilight. Writers from G.K. Chesterton to contemporary poets have let the horse animate their verses. Chesterton's pen conjured it as a symbol of England's enduring spirit, whinnying through verse like a fragment of dream. Modern novelists evoke it as a portal. Characters who stand at its brow find themselves swept into visions of ancient rites or transported into spiritual landscapes. Painters have traced its silhouette against stormy skies, melding chalk white with brooding clouds to suggest the interplay of light and shadow, of seen and unseen. In digital art, the horse appears as pixelated purity, a reminder that even in virtual realms we seek touchstones of the land. These artistic dialogues merge centuries, ensuring that the horse remains not only a relic, but a living icon nested in human creativity. Within the cultural fabric of southern England, the white horse has become a touchstone of local pride. Schools teach children about it as a fellow student. Festivals celebrate its form with music and dance. Tourists come to pause, cameras in hand, marveling at this jocund steed that defies simple explanation. Regional identity finds expression in its outline, visible in shop logos and community banners, an emblem of continuity. Nationally, it figures among England's cherished landscapes, woven into guidebooks and national narrative. Stewardship of the horse extends beyond scouring. Education programs, interpretive centers, and guided walks knit memory with conservation. This entwinement of heritage and identity reminds us that the hill itself is alive with stories, each generation adding its own verse beneath the chalk lines. Today's custodians face challenges unimagined by ancient hands. Erosion gnaws at the edges, foot traffic compacts the turf, and changing weather patterns threaten the chalk's integrity. Preservation demands a blend of old practice and new science, photogrammetry to record minute wear, geotextiles to protect vulnerable patches, and sustainable pathways to guide visitors gently around sensitive areas. Debate swirls around how much access should be allowed, how to share this wonder without dimming its luster. Yet every challenge renews commitment. Volunteers sweep the hillside, children sweep the chalk, and scholars record each scouring as a chapter in a story still being written. In this dance of heritage and innovation, the white horse endures as testament to human care, echoing the rhythms of caretakers across ages. Although anchored to English soil, the white horse's influence gallops outward across the world. It appears in exhibitions on global geoglyphs, in academic conferences on archaeoastronomy, and in spiritual circles exploring earth-based rituals. Digital storytellers weave it into environmental narratives, drawing parallels between ancient land art and modern ecological awareness. Artists reinterpret its form in murals from Lisbon to Melbourne, lending chalk-white curves to city walls far from Berkshire Downs. In each new context, the horse carries a universal message: that land can be shaped into story, that symbols carved in earth resonate beyond their origin, and that giants of chalk, though silent, speak in a voice that bridges centuries and continents. Wandering beneath the Uffington white horse at dusk, one senses that the chalk is more than stone. It is a living memory. Each flake brushed away, each new scouring song, each whispered legend carries forward an unbroken line from Bronze Age hand to modern heart. The horse's shape, simple yet profound, invites us into stillness, urging a slow breath in communion with land and sky. Here, on this steep ridge, the boundaries between past and present blur. The chalk feels warm beneath our fingertips, and the wind seems to carry voices across millennia. As night falls, the white horse lingers in the mind's eye, a beacon of human devotion, artistry, and wonder, whose quiet presence continues to gallop across the fields of our imagination. Under a velvet canopy of night, where stars drift like silent witnesses, the colossal basalt heads of the Olmec emerge from antiquity as guardians of a half-remembered world. These titanic sculptures once stood amid lush coastal plains, where dusky rivers wove gentle arcs through palm and maize. Imagine, if you will, the slow heave of those statues being carved from single monoliths, each one weighing as much as 50 tons, their features bearing the echo of a civilization that dreamed in stone. Their wide, flattened noses and full, serene lips seem to watch in stoic patience, as if they alone saw the unfolding of centuries. We feel, in their presence, our own smallness, yet also the tenderness of memory, for these heads hold secrets not merely of rulers or gods, but of the humming relationship between human hands, spiritual longing, and the rocks that bore their weight. Long before writing traced its marks across Mesoamerican codices, the Olmec, the mother culture emerging around 1400 years before our era, fashioned a language of likeness carved into basalt. These faces, now scattered across the lowlands of Veracruz and Tabasco, were first glimpsed by explorers in the muted light of the 19th century. San Lorenzo, the great city lost beneath drifting vines, revealed the first of these watchers. As archaeologists peeled away the soil like pages of an ancient script, more heads surfaced at La Venta and Tres Zapotes, each one oriented towards the four sacred directions, as though anchoring invisible cosmic currents in their unblinking stares. In those moments of discovery, Western science paused, breath held, at the threshold of an enigma older than Pharaoh or Sumer. Yet the mystery deepens when we consider how these colossal stones found their way from the distant Sierra de los Tuxtlas. Over 80 kilometers lay between the quarries and the plazas where these faces were finally unveiled. Through tangled jungles and across swollen rivers, laborers, unnamed and unnumbered, must have hauled their burdens. We imagine teams of hands bound by rope, lowering great rollers carved from hardwood, drifting rafts bobbing beneath the equatorial sun, carrying these behemoths toward the ceremonial grounds. Every inch of that journey was an act of faith. Faith that their gods or ancestors would grant safe passage. Faith that each carved feature would one day speak across centuries. Such an enterprise implies not just the strength of mortal flesh, but the solidity of communal purpose. A shared dream materialized in basalt. When at last the carving began, it must have felt like a ritual in stone. With tools wrought of bone, wood, and flint, artists chiseled away the outer crust of mountain. Weeks, perhaps months, turned into seasons as features emerged. Broad brows, pronounced chins, helmets adorned with swirling motifs reminiscent of serpents and jaguars. These helmets, echoing the headgear of ball players who moved between life and death on the court, endow each visage with an aura of sacred potency. The craftspeople worked not as isolated hands, but as custodians of tradition, layering meaning in every groove and polish. This slow unveiling of countenance was akin to a birth, as if coaxing spirit out of stone, revealing the locus of identity encoded in every line. Who do these eyes remember? The prevailing view among scholars leans toward mortal lords, rulers whose names have vanished like footprints in the tide. Each head carries unique traits, suggesting portraits rather than generic idols. Perhaps these were kings or governors, enshrined for eternity. But if so, why remain anonymous? No hieroglyphs whisper their stories, no glyphic rosettes plaque their crowns. Instead, we feel a hush, as though the mists of time swallowed their names but left their essence. Other voices, more reverent of the ineffable, propose that the heads represent deities or mythic ancestors, templates of divine power shaping the living. The line between mortal and divine here is as fluid as dawn's light, merging in a haze of ceremonial smoke and chants that once rang out beneath emerald canopies. Some scholars imagine processions of priests and pilgrims circling these titans, bearing offerings of jade, maize, and obsidian blades. Perhaps altars stood before them, warmed by flickering torchlight, where priests inhaled copal incense and intoned invocations. In that sacred theater, the colossal heads would not have been static watchers, but dynamic participants, vessels for spirit descending from the heavens. The absence of written records only intensifies their aura. We fill each silent mouth with our own contemplations, project our own yearnings onto their smooth cheeks, longing to commune across the void. As the Maya learned later, and the Aztecs yet later, stone can remember what ink forgets. A sculpted face can sing the hymns of a vanished world. Yet these heads continue to whisper of social orders more complex than mere chieftains might command. To carve and transport such gargantuan emblems demanded coordination on an almost logistical scale we usually ascribe to later empires. We deduce a hierarchy of priests, nobles, and laborers, all bound by ritual obligation and collective belief. We sense in the work camps an unseen harmony, perhaps the promise of protection or the promise of ancestral communion that blossomed like ceiba roots in every chest. When a single community devotes its essence to a shared act of visionary creation, we glimpse a society where sacred and mundane converged seamlessly. Across the corridors of world history, many cultures have erected statues to immortalize power. Egyptian pharaohs staring from sphinx shoulders, Assyrian kings carved in relief, Hellenistic gods poised on pedestals. Yet the Olmec heads possess a disquieting originality. Their flattened faces, helmeted crowns, and swollen features bear no direct prototype in distant lands. Instead, we see the dense emerald of Mesoamerica mirrored in basalt, a portrait of a people conjured from the land itself. Even as Egypt and Mesopotamia chiseled their myths into stone, the Olmec extracted their essence directly from the Earth's womb, an act of intimacy between culture and geology. But then, as dawn follows night, the great cities faded. The rainforests closed in once more, cloaking plazas in vine and seed. The heady scent of copal was replaced by the breath of orchids and strangler figs. By 400 BCE, the Olmec world had shifted, dispersed like pollen on the wind. Some stones were toppled, others buried by centuries of detritus. Yet not all was lost. Motifs and beliefs trickled through time, blooming in the iconographies of the Maya, the Zapotec, and beyond. In every feathered serpent and jaguar throne, we discern the lasting trace of those original sculptors. Even absence becomes presence when culture flows like water, carving canyons in hearts. Within Olmec art, jaguars, serpents, and anthropomorphic figures dance with subtle ferocity. We feel a cosmology where humans and beasts were kin, where spiritual and physical realms overlapped like reflected clouds on a morning lagoon. In that luminous vision, each colossal head may have served as a bridge, anchoring the realm of spirits to human existence. The jaguar's gaze, the serpent's coil, each motif layered meaning upon meaning, guiding souls through a landscape richer than any map. Thus, the heads stand not merely as rulers' portraits, but as axis mundi, centering society within the vast tapestry of the cosmos. Yet outside the realms of academia, more adventurous interpretations flourish. Some have whispered of extraterrestrial architects, pale-skinned visitors etched into memory by the Olmec hands. Others propose seaborne travelers from Africa, their features commemorated in basalt upon distant shores. These notions may lack firm evidence, yet they reveal our hunger to transcend conventional explanations, to peer beyond the borders of disciplinary orthodoxy. Even if we set aside such speculations, they serve as reminders of how powerfully the heads stir our collective imagination. In dream and fringe theory alike, we testify to their magnetic pull across time and culture. In our own era, These monumental visages have been woven into modern culture, staged in glossy documentaries, echoed in science fiction tales, reimagined in contemporary art installations. Artists draw upon their silent authority to explore identity, memory, and the tension between permanence and decay. Literature refers to their inscrutable gaze when evoking lost worlds. Filmmakers frame them against sunset horizons as symbols of enduring mystery. Each invocation kindles fresh wonder, drawing new generations into the slow, meditative orbit of Olmec enigma. But to preserve such wonders is no simple task. Nature presses in with relentless insistence. Torrential rains, shifting earth, creeping roots cracking the basalt shells. Humanity, too, poses threats. Vandalism, urban sprawl, the very footfalls of curious travelers erode the fabric of history. Conservationists weigh the needs of access against protection, striving to shield these stones from irreparable harm while allowing their aura to nourish public imagination. It is a delicate balance, akin to opening a sacred text only to those who know how to listen. Modern techniques, 3D scanning, LIDAR mapping, non-invasive radar, now enable scholars to peer beneath the earth without shovels or chisels. Subterranean chambers and forgotten plazas reveal themselves in digital light, as if the jungle itself had grown transparent. Through these advances, we glimpse new pathways toward understanding. The social networks that once thrived around each head, the invisible lines of sight linking monuments across vast distances. Each technological whisper carries us a step closer to the silent speech encoded in basalt. Yet for all this knowledge, for all these marvels of engineering and archaeology, the heads do not relinquish their hold on mystery. They remain at once monumental and intimate, colossal yet poised, so the eye meets their gaze at ground level. We feel their presence in ways that numbers and theories cannot fully capture. They speak to a part of ourselves that hungers for connection, for lineage, for the slow unfolding of story beneath canopy and earth. In their stony silence, we discover our own voices, echoing across millennia. Perhaps the greatest lesson the Olmec colossal heads offer is the art of patient observation. They beckon us to linger in stillness, to honor the invisible labor of generations past, to sense the hum of lives lived in ritual harmony with land and sky. In their granite mass rests a spiritual gravitas that defies brusque analysis. They require a soft approach, a readiness to be led by wonder rather than by the urgent clamp of certainty. Like incense curling in candlelight, the weaving of their story demands gentle attention, a willingness to step into the hush between questions. In the end, as the moon wanes and night exhales its final mysteries to dawn, the colossal heads endure as both question and answer. Monuments to a civilization whose voice, though muted, resonates still. They invite us to bow in quiet reverence, to trace with our gaze the sweep of their carved surfaces, and thereby to discover that the chisel's song remains alive within our own pulse. In that communion, the Olmec speak again, through stone, through silence, guiding us into the deep corridors of time where knowledge and mystery intertwine like roots beneath the earth. Beneath the sun-scorched cliffs beside the Dead Sea, in a silent cavern where wind and sand seldom intrude, lay a secret crafted in metal rather than parchment. In 1952, amid the more familiar leather and papyrus fragments of the Dead Sea Scrolls, archaeologists discovered its curious twin. A scroll hewn from thin sheets of copper, rolled tight against time's march. Unfurling it was an act of devotion and daring, for its greenish patina clung to every incision of ink-like grooves. As Manchester University's restorers sawed and eased open the halves, each turn of the compass blade revealed lines of ancient script, etched not by quill or reed but carved deep into metal. These lines carried a promise that diverged drastically from the spiritual hymns and prophetic visions of its neighbors. Here was a ledger of buried riches, a meticulous catalog listing 64 hidden troves of gold, silver, and precious vessels scattered across Judea's hillsides and valleys. No poetic flourish, no invocation of divine messenger. Only measured distances, compass bearings, rock formations, and pit coordinates that beckoned treasure hunters through the ages. We can almost hear the weight of its authorship, hands that chose copper for its stubborn longevity, for its refusal to crumble or fade when parchment would surrender to mildew or fire. Why metal? Scholars argue that the makers of this scroll wished their secret to survive any siege or conflagration. They envisioned a future generation, peering within the same cave, inhaling its musty air, deciphering the coordinates, and reclaiming a wealth hidden when temple precincts fell silent. Yet why such conspicuous secrecy? The scroll's tone is brutally pragmatic, its language a hybrid of Mishnaic Hebrew laced with unusual technical terms. Where other Dead Sea writings exulted in theology and prophecy, this one reads like the minutes of a covert council or the logbook of a clandestine order. It is as if the authors were archivists of an urgent destiny, determined that no upheaval, Roman legion or time itself, might erase their deposits. Consider the moment when that copper ribbon was finally open. The process resembled an archetypal ordeal more than an archaeological procedure. Each fragment, once glued and mounted, required magnifying glass and steady hand. Metallurgists weighed the burdens of restoration. Historians held their breath as lines reappeared, word by word, shimmering like ghostly rivers of promise. As the surface yielded its message, it revealed not only the list of hidden vessels, but also the divisions of the scroll into two distinct segments. An intentional fracture, perhaps echoing a deeper symmetry or ritual code. It reminded observers that discovering the text was only the beginning. The next stage demanded patience, discernment, and perhaps a measure of faith. Reading the Copper Scroll, one becomes acutely aware of its paradox, a text defined by precision, yet cloaked in obscurity. Phrases such as, "in the cavity of the rock, 12 cubits deep, 30 cubits east of the hollow tree," evoke landscapes long transformed. What tree survives 3 millennia? What cavern resists centuries of erosion? Modern researchers strain to match these ancient references to topographical maps, overlaying satellite images with biblical archaeology. But the terrain of memory often shifts like desert sands. Each coordinate invites questions. Who measured these distances, and by what standard? What landmarks survived the Roman roads, Byzantine churches, and Ottoman encampments to guide a contemporary seeker back to the same point? The scroll's drafters knew their world intimately, yet they accepted that their records might one day require translation against a language of rocks and geology. All of this unfolds against a backdrop of historical tumult. The Copper Scroll dates, by linguistic and archaeological consensus, to the 1st century CE, a time when Judea smoldered under Roman rule. Rebellion and repression, zealotry and despair punctuated life in the hill country. If the scroll lists temple treasures locked away before Jerusalem's destruction, it captures a moment when faith, politics, and preservation entwined in a single act of concealment. Imagine priests and scribes, their hearts heavy with prophecy, transferring golden bowls and silver trumpets into hiding. Did each entry in that scroll carry the weight of hope, that these sacred vessels might survive to sanctify a future temple? Or did they serve a more earthly purpose, safeguarding communal wealth intended to fund a resistance or secure a diaspora in dangerous times? Whichever portrait we paint, the Copper Scroll remains a testament to human urgency at the crossroads of havoc and possibility. Yet scholars remain divided on the scroll's true nature. To some, its lists promise real treasure, bullion buried under quaint hamlets or carved niches in cliff walls, waiting for shovels and pickaxes to rediscover them. To others, the entire endeavor is allegorical, a coded map of spiritual riches hidden in the recesses of the soul. Dead Sea communal texts brim with apocalyptic imagery and messianic expectation. Perhaps the Copper Scroll's treasures symbolize the gold of divine knowledge, the silver of collective memory, and the hidden jars as vessels of cosmic truth. Under this lens, seekers are not fortune hunters, but initiates on an inner journey. The gold may represent virtues awaiting excavation within, a trove of wisdom unsealed by ritual, reflection, or faith. This dual reading, literal and allegorical, finds no final adjudicator. Historians comb the script for identifiable place names: Ein Gedi, Ein Rogel, Wadi Kelt. Geologists wander the hills, scanning for soil anomalies that might betray vaults. Meanwhile, mystics pore over the same passages, parsing numerical symbolism and esoteric geometry. Each perspective adds layers to the scroll's sense of wonder. What if the same words that define a pit's depth also encode a code for inner transformation? What if the waters that carve the valleys of Judea carry correspondences to currents within the human psyche? Thus does the Copper Scroll become a hermaphroditic text, at once a dusty blueprint for gold and a luminous map of enlightenment. Within Qumran's library, the Essenes stand as probable custodians of this metallic enigma. These ascetic men, devoted to ritual purity and communal living, separated themselves from mainstream Judaism and Roman oversight. If their caves sheltered manuscripts of cosmic prophecy, why not records of material survival as well? In their humility, they may have scorned luxury, but that did not preclude the prudent safekeeping of communal resources. A sect preparing for apocalyptic return or spiritual rebirth might hide not only scrolls, but also the implements necessary to rebuild sanctuary, vessels, ingots, and utensils to inaugurate a new liturgical age. By forging their instructions onto copper, the Essenes signaled an act of cosmic defiance. Let the world burn, let civilizations fall, but this repository of salvation shall endure. The scroll itself lists its treasures with clinical detachment: 4 talents of silver in a jar beneath the threshold, 50 shekels of gold in the broken cistern. It conveys the image of meticulous accountants, assigning numbers to caches concealed under millennia of dust. We can imagine laborers tracing footsteps across gravel, lowering jars into sunken holes, sealing stone covers above them, and marking the site in a master ledger. What became of those markers? Did they fade into rubble, or sit hidden under fields tilled by farmers unaware of the hidden hoard beneath their plow? Each entry tantalizes with the hope that somewhere beneath this ancient soil, metallic glimmers lie undisturbed, waiting for a modern spade. Why was this inventory hidden in a cave that centuries later would be sifted by archaeologists and treasure seekers? Perhaps the scroll's creators anticipated an era so perilous that only an out-of-reach vault would guarantee protection. caves offered natural fortresses, their dark mouths concealing the entrance from marauders. Far from Roman forts and satraps, these fissures in rock were sanctuaries of both parchment and potential plunder. Or perhaps the hiding was itself an act of prayer, a supplication to time and eternity. Guard these vessels until we return. The cave thus became both crypt and chapel, a silent witness to hope deferred, a stone altar to memory and survival. In our own time, the spirit of excavation extends beyond manual labor. Archaeologists armed with ground-penetrating radar, magnetometry, and aerial LiDAR scan beneath fields and wadis, seeking voids and metallic anomalies. The union of technology and temperament brings fresh possibility and fresh frustration. Each blip on a radar graph kindles rumors of ingots. Each negative result deepens the scroll's mystique. Modern seekers tread lightly, aware that heavy-handed digs could destroy invaluable heritage. So they tread with calibrated instruments, mapping subterranean echoes as they might map the contours of the human heart. Will these treasures ever see daylight? Some hold fast to the belief that one day a team armed with the right map, the right interpretation, will unseal a hidden chamber brimming with bronze cauldrons and golden vessels. Others counter that if such riches existed, they would have surfaced by now, looted by Bedouin tunnels or uncovered by irrigation projects. Yet perhaps that absence is part of the scroll's design. Treasure meant to remain hidden, a stimulus for the spirit rather than a haul for the material. In this reading, the real discovery is not metal recovered, but vision awakened. Each reading of the scroll becomes an excavation of intention, peeling back layers of meaning as archaeologists peel back layers of soil. The philosophical currents beneath this text ripple outward, inviting listeners to consider the nature of treasure itself. What do we seek? Gold, or something more luminous? When we chase buried hoards, are we casting nets for glittering coins, or glimpsing the glimmer of hidden potentials within ourselves? The Copper Scroll's enduring power may lie not in instructing us to dig for bullion, but in guiding us to mine our own depths. The treasure hunt reflects the soul's pilgrimage, each coordinate a moment of insight, each chamber unearthed a chamber of consciousness opened. Within the broader tapestry of the Dead Sea Scrolls, the Copper Scroll is a curious thread, glinting metal amid vellum and parchment, a companion to apocalyptic prophecies and hymnal meditations. Together, these documents evoke the image of a brotherhood committed to preserving knowledge, whether scriptural or material. Their legacy ripples through time as an invitation to seekers of many stripes. Paleographers chasing variant spellings, theologians unearthing lost doctrines, mystics tracing symbolic numerology, and archaeologists mapping subterranean mysteries. The scroll sits at the crossroads of these quests, a nexus of practical precision and spiritual possibility. Sprinkled across its lines, faint symbols hint at deeper patterns, numerology that might align with lunar cycles or geometric ratios echoing temple dimensions. A curious sequence of numbers after each entry suggests not only weights and measures, but perhaps celestial correspondences, rhythms attuned to cosmic harmonies. To follow these hints is to walk corridors unlit by daily reason, where each symbol chimes like a tuning fork, calling forth inner attunement. The words on copper beckon us beyond ordinary sight, inviting an almost shamanic engagement with the world's hidden architecture. In our present age, a new dialogue unfolds between the copper's ancient intent and contemporary curiosity. Digital tools allow scholars to overlay biblical cartography with modern GPS data, while online communities pore over high-resolution scans of every inscription and scratch. Artists and philosophers, inspired by the scroll's dualities, create installations that play with buried light and shadow, echoing the interplay of surface and depth. Thus, the Copper Scroll remains alive, continually revitalized by fresh minds and fresh tools, a living manuscript that unfolds as we unfold it. This ongoing conversation between past and present, matter and meaning, archaeology and allegory, reveals the Copper Scroll's deepest gift. It reminds us that history is not a static monument, but a river of stories that ripple across centuries. The metal that once defied time's corrosion now invites us to resist the corrosion of disbelief, to hold curiosity and reverence in equal measure. Whether our future unearths golden vessels or uncovers only echoes of hope, the Copper Scroll stands as a testament to humanity's ceaseless yearning, to hide and to reveal, to preserve and to discover, and ultimately to find within every cave, literal or symbolic, a chamber of the human soul waiting to be opened. At the edge of memory and stone, Göbekli Tepe rises like a dream from the dawn of humanity. Perched on a gentle hill in southeastern Turkey, its circles of carved pillars emerge from twilight, inviting us to consider a time before cities, before agriculture, even before written language. The very air there seems suffused with quiet intention, a pollen of spirit lingering between monoliths shaped by human hands 10 millennia ago. Here, in this sacred clearing, we feel the distant heartbeat of people who gathered beneath the sky, shaping limestone into silent songs that endure beyond the limits of our knowing. When the modern world first brushed against these stones, around 1994, it was as if a long-lost chapter fell open in our collective story. German archaeologist Klaus Schmidt and his team uncovered concentric rings of pillars carved with wild boars, snakes, and foxes. Animals alive in the imaginations of people who left no homes, no graves, no clay tablets to explain their presence. The stones spoke instead in reliefs and whispers, turning conventional narratives on their head. Instead of agriculture giving rise to ritual, here the call of the sacred may have been the spark that kindled social collaboration and, perhaps, even farming itself. Each pillar at Göbekli Tepe stands like a sentinel, its surface etched with creatures from an ancient cosmos. Wild gazelles graze, vultures circle, scorpions march across the stone's face. These images weave a tapestry that seems to straddle world and underworld, earthly hunt and heavenly flight. Some pillars curve in gentle ovals, others stand straight and tall, yet all carry the same hushed dignity. They speak of a people who saw meaning in every twitch of a tail and every coil of a snake, who found in nature's forms a language for their own emergence into communal life and shared transcendence. Who then were the visionaries who shaped these stones? No tombs lie beneath the surface, no hearths nestle at the base of the pillars. Instead, we imagine bands of hunter-gatherers arriving at this hilltop from surrounding grazing lands, packing wild grains and hunted game in skins as offerings to unseen forces. They likely came not to live, but to linger, to fasten themselves to something greater than daily survival. Their skill in carving these monoliths without metal tools tells of coordinated effort, of rituals so compelling that nomadic groups would unite under starlight to chip and polish, to lift and settle megaliths in earth-trenched foundations. In the gathering hush of this open-air temple, ritual must have pulsed through the hearts of participants. Seasonal ceremonies may have drawn scattered bands together, weaving social bonds stronger than need alone. Perhaps at certain celestial moments, when Orion's belt cleaved the sky or the moon gleamed full overhead, chants rose in echo between stones, and offerings of grain or small figures found their way to the pillars' bases. Without written records, we feel the rhythm through carved beasts and circular layouts. The very geometry of these rings hints at an ancient cosmology, a temple shaped not only to hold people, but to fold human longing into the architecture of the heavens. Göbekli Tepe's placement atop a hill reveals an intimate dance with nature. From its summit, wild einkorn wheat once shimmered in valleys below, anticipating humanity's eventual domestication of grasses. Some stones seem aligned with sunrise on the solstice, while others gaze toward the constellations that charted seasonal shifts. The site's contours and surroundings, rocky slopes, wind-blown grasslands, distant plateaus, must have spoken to its builders. They chose this place not by accident, but by an inner map that blended sacred geography with celestial choreography, a silent hymn to the interconnection of earth and sky. Perhaps the greatest mystery lies in the careful burial of this temple around 8000 BCE by the very hands that raised it. Layer by layer, earth was carried back over the stones, sealing frescoes of life and death beneath protective soil. Some argue it was a sacred act of closure, a way to preserve a collapsing worldview against the winds of change. Others sense a farewell, a deliberate pause in a narrative too profound to abandon lightly. The earth that returned to cover Göbekli Tepe now guards its secrets, creating a time capsule that preserves both craftsmanship and enigma. Even more compelling is what Göbekli Tepe does not yield. No hammers, no chisels, no hearths for cooking or homes for dwelling have been found here. No organized cemeteries reveal social hierarchies or burial rites. This absence, this silence of daily life, urges us to see the site not as a village turned sacred, but as a temple first, a purpose-built sanctuary for communion beyond survival. It teaches us that spirituality and collective intent can precede permanent settlement, that the spirit of belonging need not rest on the comfort of walls, but can thrive beneath open skies. Yet the very scale and precision of this Neolithic marvel speak of technological triumph. Carved with stone tools, these pillars demonstrate a mastery of leverage, rope work, and communal labor unmatched in societies we once believed too primitive for such feats. Ramps of packed earth, levered logs, and synchronized effort must have brought each monolith upright. Artisans shaped hardened limestone with flint points and red ochre sketches, revealing both technical ingenuity and an artist's eye for detail. In these hands, tool and art became inseparable partners, forging both universe and belief in a single act. Göbekli Tepe demands that we reconsider the linear timeline of human progress. Instead of civilization emerging from fields and trade, here we glimpse the pulse of communal ritual-driving cooperation that later birthed agriculture. We see an alternative path, one where the sacred came first, where collective vision enabled people to reshape landscapes and imagine futures beyond immediate needs. It stands as a silent argument against seeing hunter-gatherers as mere foragers. Instead, they embodied innovation, creativity, and a quest for meaning that shaped history's broad arcs. Symbols etched into the stones capture dialogues of spirit and nature. A snake coiled around a T-shaped pillar might symbolize balance between hidden forces and sky-bound aspirations. Birds in flight could represent souls on wings, messengers to the underworld or heralds of renewal. Gazelles carved with precise curves suggest both the grace of life and the fleeting nature of existence. The pillars converse in a visual language older than any written script, inviting modern observers to join a conversation that transcends speech and fosters intuitive resonance. Astronomical alignments may have imbued the temple with cosmic purpose. The rising of Sirius, the solstice sun, or the phases of the moon could have dictated rituals, guiding communal gatherings in rhythm with the heavens. Pillars placed at measured intervals and oriented toward distant horizons hint at calendars written in stone. If true, Göbekli Tepe was a living observatory, a place where human hearts synced with celestial cycles, affirming a cosmic order mirrored in the dance of stars and the ebb of seasons. But Göbekli Tepe was more than a silent keeper of time. It may have resonated with sound. The arrangement of pillars could have created acoustic pockets, amplifying chants and drums, swirling echoes around chilled limestone. A voice raised in ritual might have lingered in vaults of stone, folding human utterance into the sanctity of architecture. In such a space, silence itself becomes alive, a participant in ceremony as potent as carved beasts. The temple thus becomes a symphony of sight and sound, archaeology and acoustics merging in sacred harmony. The deliberate burial of the temple deepens its intrigue. Was this an act of reverence, a gentle entombing to protect the sanctity of the space? Or did shifting beliefs and environmental pressures drive people to close one chapter before writing the next? Covering the site in earth may have signaled an end to certain rites or a transformation of communal identity. Whatever the motive, this burial preserved the temple as a secret for millennia, gifting modern seekers an untouched relic that bridges epochs with the same patient mystery that shaped its stones. In the interplay between myth and material, Göbekli Tepe stands as a bridge. Folklore of lost temples, of Earth's memory buried beneath changing climates, finds tangible form here. The carved pillars echo tales of creators long vanished, their legends woven into stone. By aligning mythic imagination with rigorous archaeology, we blur the lines between story and substance, discovering that ancient narratives spring not only from dreams, but also from the careful carving of limestone by hands that believed in unseen worlds. This sacred hill also invites us to revisit our perceptions of hunter-gatherer life. Rather than wandering survivors, these people were thinkers, visionaries, and artists. They forged social bonds strong enough to shift boulders and carve cosmic symbols. Their spirituality, interwoven with cooperative enterprise, challenges the notion that complex organization requires permanent walls and cultivated fields. Here, creativity and communion formed the bedrock of society, long before plowshares turned soil. Archaeological interpretation of Göbekli Tepe remains an evolving tapestry of conjecture and discovery. Each excavation layer reveals new surprises, shallow reliefs, broken pillars, subtle shifts in artistic style, inviting scholars to weave fresh theories. Was this place a sanctuary for rites of passage, a stage for healing rituals, or a cosmic map of the heavens? No single answer suffices. Instead, we find ourselves part of an ongoing meditation where human curiosity mirrors the very urge that once drove ancient hands to sculpt these stones. The artistry of Göbekli Tepe extends beyond its shape into a realm of meaning. Each animal form possesses a vitality, that transcends mere decoration. A fox's muzzle, carved in shallow relief, seems to watch dusk unfold. A spider's legs trace cosmic patterns, hinting at webs that bind world and underworld. In every chamfered shoulder and polished edge, we sense ancient stories unfurling, gestures toward truths too vast for words. These carvings stand as timeless dialogues, inviting modern hearts to respond in wonder and reverence. Since its rediscovery, Göbekli Tepe has rippled through modern thought like a quiet stone dropped in still water. It has shattered certainties, inspiring books, documentaries, and whispered speculations about humanity's origins. Scholars and mystics alike gaze upon these pillars as if glimpsing a mirror that reflects humanity's timeless yearning for the sacred. In an age defined by speed and certainty, this ancient temple beckons us back to a slower heartbeat, reminding us that progress and spirituality need not be strangers, but can dance together beneath open skies. At the core of this epical site lies communal identity forged through shared ritual. As participants circled pillars and offered tokens to the earth, they affirmed bonds that transcended tribal lines. These gatherings wove a tapestry of belief, sturdy enough to shape landscapes and inspire architecture long before the rise of kings. In that sacred enclosure, names faded in favor of roles: keeper of the fire, speaker of omens, carver of stone. Here, unity was not imposed by law, but blossomed in the stones themselves, carved with intention and shared in silence. Over time, environmental changes in the region, shifting rainfall, cooling trends, alterations in wild grain distribution, may have nudged these communities toward new horizons. The decision to bury Göbekli Tepe could reflect changing subsistence strategies or beliefs in need of rewriting. Perhaps the site had fulfilled its purpose, its stones now silent teachers awaiting rediscovery. The interplay of climate, culture, and ritual reminds us that human societies have always existed in a delicate dialogue with Earth's rhythms, adapting their spiritual and material worlds in tandem with shifting seasons. In the century since its first modern glimpse, Göbekli Tepe has permeated literature, art, and popular imagination. Writers conjure scenes of candlelit ceremonies, musicians echo its rhythms in ambient soundscapes, and thinkers consider it a symbol of humanity's enduring quest for meaning. Even architects find inspiration in its circular forms, seeking to recreate temples that resonate with both earthly gravity and celestial projection. In every retelling, Göbekli Tepe becomes a living testament to wonder, a place where our collective dream of origins finds both anchor and uplift. Though isolated on the Anatolian plateau, this temple surely connected to distant networks of exchange. Flint tools from faraway quarries, decorative pigments traded across valleys, and shared techniques of carving suggest that Göbekli Tepe was not a solitary marvel, but part of a web of human ingenuity. Ideas and goods may have flowed along trade routes, whispered by caravans of nomads, imprinting distant traditions in the stone's motifs. As we uncover more strands in this network, the temple's story becomes not only local, but woven into a broader tapestry of early societies. And yet, after so many years of study, Göbekli Tepe remains poised on a precipice of understanding. Each new discovery opens as many questions as it closes, whispering of ancient cosmologies and vanished communities. We return to its hilltop time, and again, guided by candlelight in our minds, tracing fingerfalls along carved lines, longing to hear the chant of distant voices carried on desert winds. In that longing, we find our own reflection. a species ever reaching beyond the known, compelled by reverence for what lies just out of sight. In the end, Göbekli Tepe is both cathedral and enigma, an echo in stone that invites us to sit in silence and remember the roots of wonder. Here, where humanity first shaped space for the sacred, we glimpse the seed of every temple ever built, every song ever sung to the stars. This site teaches us that our earliest ancestors were dreamers as well as hunters, poets of stone as well as gatherers of grain. And as we stand among these weathered pillars, feeling the cool breath of time upon our faces, we realize that the greatest mystery may be the resilient longing in every human heart to touch the infinite and leave a trace in the silence of eternity.